members. The Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Suspension of standing and sessional orders relating to the time and order for business for 23rd and 24th of June.
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move the motion relating to the time and order of business for the 23rd and 24th of June 2026 and the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Mr Speaker, in moving it, and I respect there will be some parts of this that are supported unanimously, including for us to be able to get to the War Memorial this evening, and I know we'll come to a vote fairly shortly, I suspect, because there are some parts of it that won't have the unanimous support of the House. But I want to make clear from the outset it's understood that everybody would be supportive of the early finish for the War Memorial, and I just think it's important to say that. If I can explain what this resolution means for the rest of the week, because it has a number of changes in how the House will operate. First of all, and we're in an unusual situation for the budget sittings. Normally the budget sittings, when they finish, you are still in the current financial year, whereas this time, in terms of the Senate, getting some legislation that has to get through this financial year creates a different circumstance. So the order of debate, what this resolution means, is that the excise bill would go through all of its stages today, with divisions commencing, if there are divisions, and I presume there'll at least be a second reading amendment, with divisions commencing at 5 p.m. And then going through all stages. If we finish before 5:30, then we would still have the ordinary adjournment debate speeches until 5:30, and the moment we get to 5:30, the House would adjourn. So the usual practice of being able to get through 6 adjournment speeches, I think certainly won't happen, but there may well be time for a couple. But at 5:30, the House would conclude today. Tomorrow, we would be dealing with the Workplace Relations Bill. That would be debated until 1:30 and interrupted for 90-second statements, question time and the MPI as usual. Following the MPI, debate on that bill would recommence, and at 5:30 we would go through a period of votes. I suspect there will be amendments in detail on that bill. For each of those where there's an amendment in detail, the mover would have 5 minutes and the minister would have 5 minutes to respond. Now, I suspect we would still get through all of that before 6:30, but if we didn't, it is possible that we would continue having divisions beyond 6:30. They would not be postponed divisions under this motion. We'd continue doing that until we'd finish with the bill. But then once we'd finished with the bill, the normal rules would apply in terms of no further divisions or quorum calls taking place. The final thing, if I can just advise members, this is not part of what's in front of us, but just in terms of people planning their diaries. It is likely that the House will remain here on Thursday while we are waiting for messages from the Senate. So in terms of people who would normally be keen to get flights, particularly some people who have significant distances to travel, I'd rather let people know now the likelihood that we are here beyond 5 p.m. on Thursday is high while we wait for messages from the Senate.
The question is the motion be agreed to give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker, and can I thank the
Leader of the Government in the House for acknowledging that there are parts of this that we all agree with, and in particular that we leave so that we can, those who want to, can go to the War Memorial. And I appreciate the fact that he's acknowledged that, because it is critically important in this place that things like bipartisanship continue when it comes to things like the War Memorial, our veterans, defence, etc. And I greatly appreciate that, and it's that spirit is highly acknowledged. The leader also spoke about what some of these other motions are about, and what they do is they bundle the uncontroversial fuel excise bill into the same motion as the controversial IR bill. And, the issue is that the government is hoping that no one will notice, and we just think that, once again, this is completely the wrong way to do things. And I say this because this is what the Prime Minister said as opposition leader, and I think really people are sick of governments that has a wedge legislation, as I call it, looking to wedge the opposition rather than legislation. I've been constructive as opposition leader. He also said he doesn't have legislation, he has legislation. They sit around the cabinet, they don't think about the national interest, they think about how we can wedge Labor on this issue. How can we wedge Labor everything this guy does? And then in his first press conference as Prime Minister, I look forward to leading a government that makes Australians proud. A government that doesn't seek to divide, that doesn't seek to have wedges, but seeks to bring people together for our common interest and our common purpose. I think that is one of the messages that came through on Saturday. People do have conflict fatigue. So, Speaker, given those words by the Prime Minister himself, I will be moving an amendment to the suspension motion where we amend the motion moved by the Leader of the House that paragraphs 2 and 4 be omitted. We do this because I think the Australian people are deeply concerned about what is happening at the moment with this government. The government has made very strong commitments before an election, and then seems to be doing the complete opposite after the election. And I think there is a growing cynicism within the Australian people because of this. They want to see us being able to say what we mean and then do what we mean. And this is just another unnecessary example of this, because the government knows when it comes to the fuel excise, you have our support. It was our idea. So you have our support, it was our idea. So, that's clear. So why wouldn't we just deal with that and then deal with the controversial IR bills? And it's even worse than that, because the IR bills come in two parts. One of those parts we're on the whole supportive of, but one of them we're not. So why would you bundle it all together like this, unless you just want to be completely and utterly cynical and be literally just saying to the Australian people that, we're happy to say one thing before an election and happy to do the complete opposite after the election. So that is why we are moving the amendments to this, and I'm hoping, and can I thank all the Labor MPs who have sat there and listened, I'm hoping that given what I've been able to say to you, you will now see the light and understand how important it is, and that you will all come and vote with us. Thank you, Speaker.
The original question... Oh, is the amendment seconded? Yeah, we'll just second the amendment.
Yeah, thank
Member
you,
for Page.
Speaker. I move to second the amendment that the motion moved by the Leader of the House that the paragraphs 2 and 4 be omitted. Speaker, as the Manager of the Opposition
Order.
Business
The
just
Leader of the House.
said...
Question be put.
Question is...
He looks terrified.
Order. Question is the question be put. Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the question be put. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 46. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question before the House is that the House agrees to the motion moved by the Leader of the House. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. If members can leave the House or resume their seats quickly and quietly. Order. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Treasury Laws Amendment, Fuel Excise Relief number 2 Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
Question is the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, what do you say of a government that constantly gets wagged by the tail of others? We have a situation where in the Senate, of course, this government is being wagged by the tail of the Greens, and when it comes to providing fuel excise, this government has been wagged by the tail of the coalition. Because before this government put forward excise relief, the Coalition had been calling for it for many weeks. We understood that Australians were doing it tough. Prices were rising at the Bowser, and of course because of global conflicts in the Middle East, that there was going to be supply constraints. And so what did the Coalition do? It rationally looked at the challenges and said to the Australian people, we need to make sure that these price rises aren't being needlessly passed on to you when we're already living through the greatest cost of living crisis in recent years. And the response from the government was to dismiss and say it wasn't necessary for the Treasurer in his usual dismissive and mocking way to attack anybody who put a proposition forward, but eventually they buckled. As another example of this government buckling and being humiliated again, eventually they accepted that perhaps Australians needed excise relief. But the difference was, Speaker, when we put forward a proposal to relieve Australian households of the pressures of excise when the prices of petrol and diesel was going up. We offered inflation offsets because we understood that if you just increase access and reduce excise, what it has is an inflationary effect on Australian households where the government seemingly gives with one hand but later down the track takes with the other. This is the entire economic model of the Albanese government. Offer an incentive on one hand and through the political process argue that they're somehow giving this great relief to Australians, but they're using it by enabling a pathway to spend, which stokes inflation. They then come along, they tax the inflation, and then, of course, they spend the inflation again in a vicious cycle of slowly taking the wealth and standards of living of Australians. So we offered inflation offsets to say there is a limit. We have to make sure that Australian households are protected from the consequences of these international events. But the Albanese government, in, I don't know what you'd say, their usual arrogant, dismissive, uneconomic, ignorant way, decided they would continue on with the fuel excise relief without paying any heed or attention to standard economics and understanding the consequences of what they're doing. Of course, we've seen this now, Deputy Speaker, in many different ways. It's not just in the fuel excise relief. We've seen it, of course, in their federal budget, where they have directly assaulted the livelihoods of Australians. They've directly assaulted the investment strategies that young Australians, older Australians, every Australian seeks to employ. They've attacked and assaulted those who employ share ownership schemes, directly assaulted those who build businesses, directly assaulted those who have startups, directly assaulted those who own property, those who own investment property. Actually, the list just keeps going and going and going about the number of people they've directly assaulted because they don't understand both economics, but they also don't understand the consequences of their policy and how it flows through to the Australian people. So here we are now, and of course we're a few months into the crisis in Iran, and in light of that, the government, in addition to the first 3 months of fuel excise relief, is now offering a further month. But they still have not offered a single inflation offset as a trade-off to make sure that they protect the financial best interests of Australians from the decisions that they've made. We made recommendations around $2.9 billion, and now, of course, they're offering further fuel excise relief in the vicinity of $400 million. And the trade-off from this, we know, downstream is going to be more stoking of the inflation pressure, more petrol on the inflation fire, as we know, and we don't even understand why it's necessary, because when you come into this parliament, we hear so often from the Minister for Energy and Climate Change that there's more fuel in Australia now than there was at the start of the crisis. Remember that, member for Gippsland? So many times he comes in and says in this chamber there's more fuel in Australia now than at the start of the crisis. There's so much fuel that he could reenact that scene in Zoolander where they pull out the petrol Bowser and spray it upon themselves. That's how much fuel there is in this country. And yet, that's not what Australians are living. Yet, despite there being more fuel in Australia right now, and despite there being cheaper prices at distribution in Singapore, it's not flowing through to the Bowser in Australia. Despite the fact there's more fuel in Australia right now, we're still having to offer tax relief to address the consequences of a shortage of fuel. I don't know about you, but that doesn't make any sense to me. But this is the consequence of how the Albanese government has approached this crisis and the consequences of their decision-making. And of course, we absolutely believe that Australians should be able to go about their lives and be able to afford fuel, to be able to do things like drop families off at Saturday sport or engage in the normal activities of life, because of course it's not just an impact for families, it's also an impact for small businesses. So many small businesses, and let's not forget this, Speaker, we currently have record small business insolvencies in Australia under this government. And I see you nodding your head there. It's very disappointing. But I see this reality that Australians are living right now.
I'll just invite the member not to allow me to be part of the debate.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy. Is there a Speaker? Speaker, I'm not seeking to make you a part of the debate. I just acknowledge the facial expression.
Well, you did. So leave me out of the debate and the House can continue.
Well, I note then that, of course, the Labor members are not shaking their head at the idea that we have record small business insolvencies. Apparently this does not concern the Labor members that they have overseen the greatest collapse of small business in this country. And the cost of small business crisis that is occurring right now is an absolute tragedy, because every time a small business closes, what goes with it is standards of living, what goes with it is livelihoods, what goes with it is aspiration, what goes with it is that contribution they make to that community, including providing the first employment opportunity for somebody to have their first foot on the ladder of economic opportunity. But clearly this is not a cause of distress for Labor members in this chamber. And when you increase the price of fuel, it goes through and flows into the consequences of small business costs. When you increase the cost of small business costs, it has an impact on the household. And what a surprise, Speaker, we have record low small business confidence. We have record low consumer confidence. And that might be part of the reason why we have record small business insolvencies, directly off the back of the ruinous economic policies of the Albanese government, only exacerbated by or compounded by international events. So there's a point where we need change, Deputy Speaker, and I can tell you we need change right now, because small businesses in this country have never done it so tough as under the Albanese government. They are living the consequences of record consumer confidence, low confidence. Small business Australia have never done it so tough in this country as they are right now, Speaker. They are living with record low small business confidence, record consumer confidence at its all-time low, and of course record small business insolvencies. And if we want to give Australians hope in communities and those who are backing themselves and applying effort to back themselves, we need to be backing small business. But instead, we've got the complete opposite. We've got an economic model from the Albanese government that is constantly focused on how it undercuts and undermines small business. We've got an economic model from the Albanese government that has one mad proposition: to constantly stoke inflation, then tax the inflation, then spend the inflation, in a vicious cycle where it continues to go round and round and round as the government takes more control over Australians' incomes. And we know the direct consequence. As inflation continues to go up, it's being stripped out from wages. And even every time wages go up to adjust, what's happening is people are paying more tax and they're moving higher up the tax bracket. That's why we have our tax-back guarantee, because when we have our tax-back guarantee, it's focused on how we return that overtaxation back into the hip pockets of Australians so they can control their own lives and make decisions about their own destiny. That's important because it directly contributes to consumer confidence. When you've got an economic environment where small businesses are living with the worst economic environment and the highest record level of insolvencies, and we have record low small business confidence, we have record low consumer confidence, and of course we have record small business insolvencies. This is sapping out the aspiration and the economic opportunity that exists at the heart of communities. And we want small business to have confidence to be able to build, to grow, to invest and to employ, so they have a pathway to realise their dreams and their success. Because we should want, Speaker, a society that's built off the aspiration of Australians and Australians who applied their energy to back themselves. What we don't want is an economy that's built on the idea of dependence or control from Canberra. It should start with community, and we should want small business to succeed in a way that they never have before. Not do as the current government wants, which is to put a limitation or a cap on their ambition or their success. We also want to make sure that Australians have a pathway to keep more of their own hard-earned money in their own hip pocket. And this bill, which focuses on fuel excise, is about how there's short-term relief to address one limiting factor on the amount of money that goes into people's household bills. We want an Australia where Australians have control of their own financial future. We want an Australia where Australians pay their fair share of tax, but they're also assumed the first place that their money should be is in their own pocket. We believe in an Australia where we defer to individuals and families and communities being better deciders of how they spend their money than the government. We believe in Australia where small business succeeds and is in control of their own destiny to go and grow and contribute and employ. That's why we believe in making sure we limit the amount the government spends, but more importantly, we believe in how much people can keep in their own hip pocket to decide their own destiny, to invest in their communities, to back small businesses and to grow the state of the overall economy. That's what's so tragic about what the Albanese government is currently doing in its approach in the economy and in this budget. At every point, this government has turned around to young Australians, to those who are aspiring to get ahead, those who are working hard, saving and sacrificing, or those that are seeking to retire with security, and directly assaulting their financial sustainability and their fiscal confidence to be able to control their own lives. This government is trying to kneecap Australians from getting ahead because it has the arrogance to think that it understands better how to control people's lives and decide their own destiny. This government has the arrogance of believing that if it controls people's money and more money comes out of is hoovered out of the back pockets of Australians up into the Treasury in Canberra, that better decisions will be made for all of us, because the government has no confidence and no belief in Australians and what they seek to achieve. The Albanese government doesn't believe in Australians or them being able to realise their ambitions or their dreams. The Albanese government doesn't believe that the best interests of Australians is realised by them being able to determine their own destiny. The Albanese government believes in one thing: themselves. Their sense of control and dictating the terms about how Australians can get ahead, because they believe they understand better how to live people's lives than they trust Australians to do their own. The Albanese government believes that control is central to their political objectives. At every stage of their life, they want to control what people learn so they can understand how they think. The Albanese government wants to dictate how people work and be able to do it under the terms in which they set and under the unions that control them. They want people to be able to only save on the terms or invest on the terms that suits them, and whether or not they've done any work to achieve it, the Albanese government wants to take half of it. And they want to make sure that when Australians have a choice, they want to compel as much money as possible into the industry super funds to be able to dictate how their money is invested on their behalf and control them, so that they can leave a control over the financial system and Australia's economy, even when they're thrown out of government by the Australian people. This Albanese government is the most immoral government in Australian history. It is the one that has sown the most social division, that has fed the worst cost of living crisis in our country. The Albanese government has done the most to kneecap Australians, their ambition, their dreams and their sense of aspiration, and the Albanese government continues to corrode the very foundations of our country and its strength. There's a time where immoral governments need to be removed. Of course, Keir Starmer has experienced this in the United Kingdom right now, and the Albanese government should not be far ahead, because it is led by a man and by ministers and by a backbench who simply have lost their moral compass in understanding how Australians can live out their best lives, because they believe deep down that they can decide how Australians can live their lives only on the Albanese government's terms. So while we're passing this legislation through the Parliament to enable Australians to be able to get some relief at the petrol bowser, and of course, if they're involved in shipping or freight, to be able to remove some of the cost pressures. This bill doesn't relieve the much bigger problem that sits at the heart of the Albanese government. At the heart of this Albanese government is direct assault on the aspiration and dreams of Australians, and particularly those who want to back themselves to get ahead, to build a small business and to be part of building their Australian dream. My hope one day, of course, Deputy Speaker, is that the Albanese government wakes up. They wake up and realise the consequences of what they're doing in their budget is directly assaulting the foundations and the economic foundations of this country. My hope is one day the Albanese government stops taking the terms or being dictated terms by the Greens and now their assault on retirees. My hope is that one day the Albanese government wakes up and realises that there's a serious consequence to continuing to drive the country downward, where we seem to have a treasurer whose primary objective in policy is to run the economy down, to crash the economy because it gives us the Labor government the best pathway to build the case to take control of Australians' lives. My hope is that the Australian people understand and are watching and witnessing exactly how bad this Albanese government is operating, and they're thrown out at the next federal election. And I will point out, Deputy Speaker, increasingly that looks precisely at what's going to happen. Because my hope is that one day we have a government that's built on building out and backing Australians to get ahead, where those who apply themselves and put in their effort and put in hard work, we have their government cheering them on, not as they currently have a government that's focused on how to kneecap them from their success. My hope is that we'll have an Australia that's filled with aspiration and ambition, not just for who we can be individually, but who families can be, and more importantly, where communities and small business can be. My hope is that we're able to build out a better nation for every Australian, one where we have a government that cheers Australians on to their full success. That isn't going to happen under this government, but change is on the way, hope is on the way, and believe me, Australia can be a better country. But it's only going to come with the end of the immoral Albanese government and its direct assault on Australians and their capacity to be able to live out their ambition and their dreams. And so while we pass this bill today, Deputy Speaker, on the important issue of excise, let us never forget what the objective of this bill should actually be about. It should be about providing a pathway for Australians of all stripes to be able to get ahead. Instead, this is the consequence of living with the impact of the active inflation agenda of the Albanese government, which they're now trying to provide short-term relief for. They're going to give with one hand and then take with another, whether it's families, whether it's small businesses, whether it's communities, because they are living with the ruinous consequences of a terrible Albanese government.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thanks very much, and that was quite the ideological rant from the Shadow Treasurer. Just to remind people in the gallery, actually what the bill is before the House, in case you were wondering after that, is actually about whether we lower the fuel excise or not, because we know that because of the war in the Middle East, because of the constraints in global supply, and that despite the fact that Australia's done incredibly well being able to secure fuel supply, we're not immune to the fact that there is a global supply shortage, and that is increasing, unfortunately, prices, and we're really conscious that that is having an impact, and to drop it off straight away, as we had hoped the war in the Middle East would be all over. We all had hoped that that would be the case, that would be provide quite a shock for many people who rely on the cut that we have done to the fuel excise. The other is, in my portfolio of transport, there is a co-linking, a road user charge that the trucking industry pays for. It pays for the money that goes into our roads, but because the trucking industry is so directly impacted by the price of fuel at the moment, we want to keep that relief, some relief going for the trucking industry as well. So that's actually what this bill is about, if you were wondering in terms of the debate here. Since the beginning of the conflict in the Middle East, Australians have been faced, as we know, with rising fuel costs. And I want to take this opportunity, frankly, to commend and thank the Australian driving public for their response to the domestic impacts of this global conflict. You have been absolutely magnificent. It hasn't been easy. We know at the start of the crisis people were pretty worried about there being a shortage, and we saw that as people tried to stockpile but then have just responded incredibly well, really thought about what's happening with fuel usage, really thought about the trips that they're taking, really wanting to make sure that the fuel supply is going where it's absolutely needed, that our farmers could continue to have diesel, that essential services workers could continue to have access. And I just want to thank the Australian public for the great work that you've done. This is about really all of us as a country being in something together, not a crisis of any of our making, but we've had to deal with it and deal with it as best we can. So I really want to thank the Australian public for that. Many of you have taken voluntary actions. This government has suggested to free up more fuel supply so that we can get to the people who need it the most, like our farmers, our truck drivers and emergency services workers. In parallel, our government's been working hard to shore up the fuel supply and providing cost of living relief to drivers and transport operators feeling the pressure from the high fuel prices. As at the 16th of June, our emergency reserves include 44 days worth of petrol, 32 days worth of jet fuel and 39 days worth of diesel, and that's been a combined effort of industry, of the international community and the government working together. We're also continuing to work with our international partners to secure those additional supplies through agreements with countries like Japan, Brunei, Malaysia and Korea. And because of that work, as we know, there's more fuel in the country now than there was when this crisis started in February, and that's been an important work that the government has done to keep that, but we're not immune to what is happening globally. We have seen fuel prices come down from their peaks in April. Petrol in most capital cities is around 90 cents per litre lower, and diesel prices around $1 per litre lower, but we know, and particularly those of us who live in regional communities, that it is still creating some difficulty for people. We welcome the agreement between the United States and Iran to a de-escalation of the conflict. We are desperate for that to hold. I know the whole world is desperate for that to hold. And while we're hopeful, obviously we know that it is going to take quite a while for this to bed down and for global fuel movements to recover. That's why it is critical that this legislation passes urgently to provide that continued certainty and support for those who need it. Extending the fuel excise by another month will make petrol and diesel around 16 cents per litre cheaper than normal July prices and will save Australians around $11 per tank. In addition to this support, we're also, as I said, reducing the heavy vehicle road user charge by 16 cents for the same period to provide continued relief to our transport operators. This is more temporary help following the 3-month reduction to the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero and deferring the next schedule increase by 6 months. We know that we are hopefully on the road to a pathway out of this, but time is still needed to allow that to occur. It's why the government's taking a measured and staged approach to returning the fuel excise and the heavy vehicle road user charge to their regular settings. Our approach has been welcomed by industry, including the Australian Trucking Association, and I again acknowledge their real advocacy and their capacity to work with the government on this issue. The Australian Automobile Association, representing, of course, all of the motoring groups and the travelling public, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry as well, and with Andrew McCullough saying that extending this support provides some welcome short-term certainty for freight operators and the many small and medium businesses that depend on them. It's important that we do remain, as a government, responsive to the ongoing impact of this crisis. The legislation is the next step in doing so, and I very much commend this bill to the House, and I look forward to its passage.
Yeah.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this bill, the Minister who's walking out now was absolutely right. This bill is about the extended reduction of the fuel excise, but it also goes to a few other points as well, and I hope to clarify my view in relation to those points. It goes to responsible government. The bill supports a 16-cent reduction per litre, and it follows obviously the situation that we've had with conflict in the Middle East. When that conflict began, the coalition called out quite loudly for some time, asking for the government to reduce the fuel excise, to halve the fuel excise, and eventually the government came to the table on that. and we supported that measure. What we're seeing now and what we're being asked to vote on now is for a continuation of that extension, however, for that, instead of being halved, to be further halved to 16 cents. So it's a 16-cent reduction as opposed to what it was before in 32 cents. Now that's going to provide a little bit of relief to Australians, and Australians are doing it tough at the moment, and we're seeing on the Gold Coast, which is the area that I represent, that fuel did rise quite significantly at the beginning of the Middle East conflict. And while this will result in a slight increase based on what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, it is no doubt a form of cost of living relief that Australians truly need at this time. The Coalition is going to support this bill. We are going to vote in favour of the bill. But let's be clear, us voting in favour of the legislation is not an endorsement of Labor's economic management. Neither is it an endorsement of Labor's broader economic plan or lack thereof. Because what we've actually seen from the Middle East conflict is that it's actually exposed Labor's incompetence. Now, while the government may try to hide behind the conflict in the Middle East as a shield for its own poor economic management, when we actually unpack the facts, what do we see? We see a situation where 13 out of the 15 interest rate rises that have occurred, they occurred before the conflict. So it's disingenuous for the Treasurer to come into this place and to make comments insinuating that the reason Australia is in a difficult economic situation and the reason Australians are hurting and the reason Australians are suffering under a cost of living crisis is solely to do with what is happening in the Middle East. We also see a situation where government expenditure has been totally out of control. In fact, we've seen government expenditure outpacing economic growth in Australia at a rate of 4-to-1. And it's the highest levels of government spending in around 40 years outside a recession. Now, Australians are happy to pay taxes if they can see their tax money being well spent. And I think at the moment, most Australians that I speak to and most Australians listening would agree with me when I say that they have very little confidence in the way this government is using their taxpayer dollars. And so it goes to leadership, because the government can come in here and say we're going to provide cost of living relief to the Australian people in the form of a continued cut to the fuel excise. But what the Coalition has asked for is for the government's plan to pay for that. We've asked for inflationary offsets, and that's really important because it's not a small cost. The cost of these measures, the previous legislation cost us $2.9 billion in a cut to the fuel excise, and this one's going to cost taxpayers around $400 million. So it's a substantial cost, but not $1 of that cost has been offset. No member of the government has come in here and said that this is how they're going to pay for it. No one's come and given us an alternative plan. And I say that as a member of the Coalition, but a member of the Coalition who happens to be the youngest member of the Coalition, because at the end of the day, it is our future generations who are going to have to pay for every measure that this government implements. And whilst we do support the legislation and we do support the intention of the legislation, all we're doing is putting a Band-Aid on a wound that we're not focused on healing. Because Australians down the track are going to have to deal with this in addition to all the other forms of expenditure that this government has overseen. I do remind the Chamber that when the Coalition was in government, we did offset spending against savings. And the consequence of not doing that means, as I said, that the next generation is going to be worse off. There's nothing in this that is going to meaningfully attack and address inflation. And we've seen this government be in power for the last 4.5 years, and there is still no credible plan for how they're going to address inflation in a way that is meaningful and that is effective. The other part of this legislation goes to the heavy vehicle road user charge, which ultimately goes to transport in this country, our ability to get things around, and to small businesses. And the Coalition has always stood with small businesses. But they need more support than what we're seeing now, because despite the rhetoric that has come through over the last couple of weeks, especially following the budget, small businesses are really struggling. And they're not feeling that government is not only helping them, but even understanding what their issues are. And I think that goes to it goes to the difference and the ideological difference between those on this side of the chamber and those in government. Those on this side of the chamber have experiences directly and first-hand with small business. And it goes to our values, because it's all about, I joined the Liberal Party because I believed in the value of personal responsibility. If you drop something, you pick it up, and if you want something, you work for it. But it also means you live within your means. And I think those opposite and those in government would be better play, or would do well from adopting a similar approach, from adopting an approach of living within our means as a country and taking some responsibility for our actions, because that's ultimately where this is going. So we're here supporting the bill. We're not going to block cheaper fuel for working Australians, but we do have to ask why Australians are in this position for the first place. Because it's followed a government that has spent 3 years and has added fuel to the inflation fire through their reckless spending, through record deficits, and through no structural reform that's going to actually reduce cost pressures. And I do note that when the Treasurer presented this bill in his second reading speech on the legislation, he said this comes after a budget that's all about making it easier for people to buy their own home. It's got more income tax cuts, and it's better aligning the treatment of income from labour and assets. And then he went on to say this extra fuel excise relief is just the latest. So we've got a Treasurer who's linking this bill, this cut to the fuel excise, to the CGT and negative gearing changes that were put through in the recent budget. And he's referring to a better aligning of the treatment of income from labour and assets. Now, I don't know which world he's in, but you can't use emergency fuel relief as cover for a permanent tax increase that will push up rents and hurt aspirational homeowners. Because we all know in this place, or we should know, that cheaper petrol for 5 weeks doesn't offset a permanent tax on housing investment. They're completely different things. One's a temporary response to an external shock, and the other's a deliberate choice to tax the aspiration of Australians who want to get ahead. The other component to this legislation is making sure that Australians actually benefit from the cost of living relief that is intended. And the Coalition, those on this side of the chamber, have asked the government to report to the Parliament on what proportion of the relief has reached Australians, not just what was legislated. And I'd say that that should be the case going forward in relation to the next month of extension as well. Because at the end of the day, if the savings are not passed on to Australians when they're filling up their tanks, the beneficiaries are not the Australians who are doing it tough right now. They're fuel retailers and not Australian families. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition's going to support this bill, but we do so in considering the broader context in which it is being presented, and that is an Australian economy that is being mismanaged and that is resulting in Australians doing it tough. And the people that I speak to on the southern Gold Coast, I had a number of chats, especially at some listening posts and at the markets at Burleigh Heads, straight after the initial conflict broke out in the Middle East, and the government announced, or the government followed our lead in announcing the cut to the fuel excise. And I had a lot of conversations, and people said, "Yeah, this is, it's great and it's going to help," but it's not enough. It's a small part of addressing what is a very large problem. And make no mistake, it's a problem that is created here at home. Because when you compare Australia's inflation rates, we're sitting at 4.2% now, it's well above what our target band is as a country. When you compare our inflation rates to like-minded countries around the world, we are far above. And so it is homegrown inflation. It's a situation that is created by this government, and the scary part is that we're not seeing any meaningful discussion about solutions. So while we do support this bill, and we won't stand in the way of cheaper fuel for Australians, we support it knowing well and truly that this is only one small part of a very large problem, and the government must come to the table if we are going to have meaningful cost of living relief for Australians at a time that actually they need it more than perhaps they have ever had to need it in their lifetimes.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On the 1st of April this year, the government halved the fuel excise and suspended road use charges for heavy vehicle operators. That was a direct response to disruption caused by the conflict in the Middle East. As we know, that initial relief is due to expire next week on the 30th of June. The government has now introduced this legislation to taper that relief rather than abruptly withdrawing it. Under this bill, the initial 50% cut in the fuel excise of 30 cents excise cut per litre will drop to a cut of 16 cents per litre from the 1st of July, then phase out from the 2nd of August. It's my view that tapering this relief is the right approach. Since fuel prices peaked at the end of March, petrol prices in most capital cities have dropped by about 90 cents a litre. They're now below the levels at the time that the conflict first began. But despite petrol prices easing considerably, diesel prices remain elevated. They're still averaging about 20 cents a litre more than when the conflict broke out. We also have ongoing uncertainty about the resolution of that conflict. So an abrupt removal of excise relief would impose potentially a very significant shock on small businesses, transport operators, truck drivers, freight companies and the wider logistics industry, which is reliant on diesel to operate. A phased withdrawal provides businesses with greater certainty, and it will allow time to adjust to prevailing market conditions, acknowledging the ongoing geopolitical uncertainty and the failure to secure a clear end to hostilities in the Middle East. But having said that, Deputy Speaker, we do need to be sure that these measures have genuinely translated into lower prices for consumers and for businesses. The measures in this bill will cost about $400 million on top of the $2.9 billion in foregone revenue from the first 3-month reduction to the excise. Australians deserve to know that the benefit will be reflected at the bowser and not absorbed elsewhere in the supply chain. Given that taxpayers themselves are funding this relief, Parliament should be able to assess whether or not it has delivered the outcomes promised. I would welcome greater transparency from the government on how much the excise cut actually translated into price reductions at the bowser. The crossbench sought that data yesterday when we were first briefed on this legislation, but it has yet to be provided. Before we commit hundreds of millions of dollars in additional support, it doesn't seem unreasonable that we should have a clear understanding of how much relief actually reached houses, businesses and freight operators. Deputy Speaker, while the reduction in the fuel excise undoubtedly provided some relief, Australia's also been lucky in the last few months, particularly on the supply side. In the wake of the conflict, Australia was able to dramatically increase imports of crude oil from South Korea, jet fuel from Malaysia and diesel and petrol from the US. Australian importers even bought 50 million litres of jet fuel from the US, which is a rare supply route. Our supply chains held together remarkably well, with 92 fuel shipments arriving in Australia over this period. As a result, our reserves have been built up to 44 days' worth of petrol, 39 days' worth of diesel and 32 days' worth of jet fuel. But the truth is that Australia has been protected from what could have been a much more severe supply shock. Major fuel-consuming nations, including Japan and China, drew heavily on their strategic reserves. China significantly reduced its imports, easing pressure on global markets. The International Energy Agency coordinated releases of 400 million barrels of oil from emergency stockpiles, helping to stabilise supply and moderate price volatility. Those measures were effective, but they were also quite extraordinary. I congratulate the Australian government, the Albanese government, on securing our energy security through this crisis. But emergency measures always carry with them a degree of uncertainty and a degree of anxiety. Strategic reserves exist to cushion temporary disruptions, not to provide a permanent solution. Many of the stockpiles accumulated over decades have now been drawn down. Rebuilding them is going to take time. And that reality should serve as a reminder of the global fragility of the global energy markets. The combination of geopolitical conflict, constrained shipping routes and tightening supply can quickly expose vulnerabilities in countries that rely heavily on imported fuel. Unfortunately, at this point, Australia remains one of those countries. Despite recent measures from the government, the reality is that our domestic refining capacity is modest. We remain highly dependent on imported refined fuels. We cannot assume that the same combination of favourable circumstances, strategic stockpile releases and alternative supply routes will be available the next time that we have a major disruption of this sort. Energy security should not simply be a crisis response. It must be a long-term national security priority. Deputy Speaker, record fuel prices have accelerated local interest in electric vehicles, with the Tesla Model Y becoming the first electric vehicle to top Australia's monthly vehicle sales charts when it became the country's best-selling car in May. That's not just a consumer trend. It's a reflection of Australians who are seeking protection from volatile global fuel markets. For many households, EVs are no longer just an environmental choice. They are increasingly an energy security choice and a cost of living choice. But at the same time, at the very moment that consumers and businesses are considering alternatives to imported fuel, some of the government's policy settings, which have actively supported the energy transition, are being wound back. The fringe benefits tax exemption for electric vehicles is being narrowed from the 1st of April this year. Now, I appreciate the government's desire to better target tax concessions, but we have to be very careful not to undermine one of the very few policies which has demonstrably accelerated the EV market and uptake in Australia. Some versions of the Tesla Model Y cost close to $90,000. If we limit the FBT tax exemption to cars under $75,000 from the 1st of April 2027, as is planned, we risk discouraging uptake of some of the most popular EV brands in Australia. And what's most frustrating is the clear and apparent cognitive dissonance in the government's policy settings. While this government has long been emphasising the need for energy security, it has kept in place long-standing fuel tax concessions for some of Australia's largest fossil fuel users. Deputy Speaker, I don't know how many times the crossbench has raised this issue in the House, but the Albanese government continues to provide over $10 billion every year in fuel tax credits, which disproportionately benefit large fossil fuel-intensive industries. The diesel fuel tax credit is not a neutral tax concession. It is a $10+ billion annual incentive to industry to keep burning fossil fuels. BHP alone reportedly received $622 million in fuel tax credits in 2024, at the same time posting around $10 billion in profit. And what has that subsidy brought? Decarbonisation? No. Despite committing in its own climate strategy to trialling electric trucks from 2024 and to rolling them out across its fleet in 2027-2028, BHP has now spent more than $500 million on new diesel trucks and has put the brakes on its shift away from diesel trucking. It's not a coincidence, it is cause and effect. According to analysis by Fortescue, the 51.6 cents per litre fuel tax credit halves the return on investment on electrification. BHP's own leaked documents confirm as much, with its internal modelling flagging changes to diesel pricing or credit availability as a potential decarbonisation risk factor, and its internal projections suggesting that BHP expects to cut its emissions by only 1% by 2030. Australian taxpayers are subsidising very profitable companies to continue to burn imported fossil fuels. They are sending taxpayer money up in smoke. If we are serious about strengthening Australia's energy resilience, about reducing our exposure to global fuel shocks, and about accelerating the transition to cleaner transport, then we cannot continue to subsidise fossil fuel consumption on one hand while scaling back support for lower emissions alternatives on the other. The lesson from recent months is clear. Temporary fuel excise relief may help households, and it might help businesses weather an energy crisis. And for this reason, I do support the measured tapering the government has proposed in this bill. But long-term energy resilience will not come from emergency excise cuts. It will come from building a transport system that is less dependent on imported fuels, that is electrified, that is energy efficient, and that is insulated from global geopolitical shocks. That is the broader challenge before us, Deputy Speaker, not simply how we choose to respond to the current fuel price crisis, but how we prepare Australia for the next one.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Resources rich, politically poor. That is Australia in 2026. We are arguing the merits of the Treasury Laws Amendment, Fuel Excise Relief No. 2 Bill 2026. And the opposition is not going to stand in the way of consumers getting a cheaper tank of fuel, even if it is only $11. We are not going to stand in the way of people, particularly in regional Australia, being able to fill up and get about their daily business. During the early stages of the fuel crisis, when Iran was first being bombed, there were regional people who were choosing whether or not to stay at home, whether to take the children to their weekend sport or dancing or whatever the case might have been. We heard from the government over and over that supply was not an issue. Well, I can tell you it was. At Batlow, in my electorate, there was no fuel available. There were many farmers, it was the start of sowing season, who could not access diesel to sow their crops, to plant their winter crops so that they would have a harvest at the end of the year. And there were farmers who could get some access to diesel, but they could only half fill their tanks, and inexplicably they had to pay cash for it. Now, that goes against every measure of fair play. It's probably an issue that should have been raised with the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. But this was the reality of life in regional Australia when the Strait of Hormuz was blocked initially. This is the lived experience. I don't suspect that this government cares all that much about farmers. They do care about polls and polling and pollsters. They do care about making out as if they're doing the right thing by Australians, hence an extension to the fuel excise rebate, but at a smaller discount. The federal government is winding back its discount to the fuel excise over the next month. The 32 cents per litre fuel discount is dropping to 16 cents per litre, and the heavy vehicle road user charge will go up from free to 16 cents per litre. Now, motorists have had 3 months of relief So they should have. Coalition called for this and brought the Labor government kicking and screaming to the table to do what we'd asked, to do what our constituents said was important, so that our farmers could plant their crops, so that our regional families in particular could take their children to sport and the other activities they enjoy. Because city people, I don't think, always get the fact that we drive far greater distances. In the fortnight away from Parliament, I was averaging about 400 kilometres a day just travelling around my huge electorate. I mean, the electorates of some of these city MPs, I could throw my handkerchief over and still have room to spare. They just don't understand the hardships faced by their country cousins. And if they did, they'd do more to protect the transport sector, the trucking industry, just as one example. ASIC figures show that trucking companies in 21-22, remember Labor took over in May 2022, 196 of these trucking companies went to the wall in that period. In 2022-2023, 347 went broke, 495 the following year, and as of the 6th of April this year, so the figures are a little bit dated, but the argument remains the same, 535 insolvencies had already been recorded. Now that's Australia's transport, postal and warehousing sector. That's our truckies. Now without our truckies, nothing gets anywhere in this country. When the trucking sector grinds to a halt, so does the nation. And we should be ever so thankful that our truckies do a mighty fine job for and on behalf of this nation, because no food gets on the table of anyone in Australia without a truck. It doesn't. And they're under the pump. XL Express, with a fleet of 193 vehicles, stood down its 200 employees, and a couple of months later, creditors vowed to wind up the 17 companies associated under the XL Group. It was burdened by debt. But it shows a worrying and alarming and growing trend in Australia. We had the Don Watson Transport and Cold Stores Group, 77 years of delivering in Australia, in trouble, such that it announced it was finishing up. This company's collapse meant another 300 employees out of work, 140 trucks, 170 trailer trucks, annually covering 22 million kilometres. They're not isolated examples. Ron Kraut's Transport in Wagga Wagga, been going for a long, long time. Generational family trucking business. And this is due in no small part to the issues around fuel supply, the issues of the cost of living crisis, the issues of just getting business done, the issues of false and sham contracting is playing a big part as well. The government will say it's doing some work in this space, and I commend it for that. There's much more that can be done, that should be done, that must be done. And discounting petrol, helping out to some small degree, will go a little bit of the way. But this government has the levers by which to pull and to manage, to control, to be doing a lot more in the economic space to help particularly regional Australia. And I think it gets forgotten in this place that regional Australia keeps the lights on. It gets neglected in this place that regional Australia ensures that food gets delivered and put on the table. And when every Labor member tucks their knees under the table 3 times a day every day, they should be mindful of that. They should be well aware of where their food comes from. But I don't think they do. Because if they did, last week, they wouldn't be spending as our debt spirals towards $1 trillion. Another $430 million buying productive water out of the Murray-Darling Basin. And that might well be another story altogether. But that equated to 86 gigalitres, 34,400 Olympic-size swimming pools equivalents, taken out of the productive, consumptive pool and flushed down the mouth of the Murray. And for what? For the environment. We heard the member for Kooyong just a minute ago praising the Labor government as though we all should get down on our knees and say, oh, thank you so very much for the Treasury Laws Amendment Fuel Excise Relief No. 2 Bill 2026. Thank you, oh great ones, for providing this relief. Well, I have a different view, and I have a very different view than the Teals. They're arguing at the moment whether they should become a party or not. Well, they've been a party ever since they got in here. When you get funded by Simon Holmes à Court and you take money from that billionaire, when you have the same policies, when you have the same talking points, when you meet and you caucus together and you've got the same colours, well, you're a party. And don't ever think that you're not, because you are. And they come in here and they give almighty praise to almighty Labor as though they're doing something in this space. And then the member for Kooyong starts to talk about the need for more EVs. All well and good, but I tell you what, out in regional Australia, they don't cut the mustard because they don't go far enough. And I've had example after example of companies that went down the electric vehicle space, and then their employees were stranded because they couldn't get home in time because either somebody hadn't put enough sufficient storage in the battery, or for one other reason they came to a town where they didn't have the charging points. It's all well and good for these city MPs. They got blinkers on. Always have had. They don't know about the hardships of regional Australia. There were none of them around the table yesterday when I had a group from the southern basin of the Murray-Darling here talking about how tough they're doing it. There were no city Labor MPs listening, looking at the tear-filled eyes of those people who grow our food, who listening to their stories of how they're paying more and more for water. And yes, those farmers will see that there's a little bit of relief here, but I tell you what, they should be getting it too. They deserve it. They deserve every bit of help we can give them. I'll tell you what the government shouldn't be doing, and that's continuing to go into the Murray-Darling Basin and buying water out of the productive consumptive pool. They should not be doing that. But they won't stop. And even though we've got a nation in crisis, heading towards $1 trillion of debt, and what really galls me in this place is when the Treasurer goes to that dispatch box and he talks about the $1 trillion of debt that Labor inherited. And it is a folly. The ABC fact check says it so. Says it is a folly. Says it's not true. And yet he continues to spout this misconception that Labor inherited $1 trillion worth of debt. Well, it was nowhere near that amount, but I'll tell you what we did during COVID, and that was we saved lives and we saved livelihoods. And I tell you what did Labor do at the time? They wanted us to spend more and more and more money. JobKeeper, put in place by the member for Kooyong before this one, I tell you what, he wasn't a Teal. He was a coalition member, and he was a good one. And that JobKeeper saved businesses, kept the doors of business open when businesses across the world were going bankrupt, were going out backwards. The John Hopkins Centre rated Australia second in the world for COVID preparedness, for the number of lives we did save, tens of thousands of people who would, but for our assistance, not be alive today. And we kept them alive and we kept their businesses going. But the debt that we're now faced with, grappling with, struggling against, that's on Labor's watch. That is on Labor's watch. And it doesn't help matters when they want to go and spend $430 million buying productive water and doing what with it? Flushing it out of the mouth of the Murray. How is that good economics? It is not. Now, we're not going to oppose this because we want to see relief at the Bowser. We do. But the other things that Labor are doing are only going to push the price of groceries up. So we want to see our trucks being able to go up and down the busy byways and freeways, little country roads, that last mile to the farm gate. We want to see people having to pay less at the cash register in the grocery store. That just makes good economics, and it also makes quality of life much better, because at the moment there's way too much homelessness. There's way too many people suffering because of the cost of living crisis brought about because of the poor economics by this Labor government. And I started by saying we are resources rich, and we are, but we're politically poor, and we are. We've got underneath our feet the resources that we wouldn't have to go down this path. If we bothered to dig them up, if we bothered to drill, if we bothered to have a policy whereby we not only extracted our own energy and fuel, but we refined it and we used it for our own sake instead of importing all of our energy. We should be smarter than that. We are smarter than that. We have to be smarter than that for the sake of ourselves and our children and our children's children.
Okay. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Lyme.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I support this bill and will not stand in the way of Australians receiving relief at the Bowser. Families, farmers, truck drivers, tradies, commuters and small business across Australia need the assistance. But support for this bill should not be mistaken for support for the circumstances that made it necessary. Because the question before us today is not simply why fuel prices have risen. The real question is why Australians are finding it so difficult to absorb yet another increase in the cost of living. Why are families living week to week? Why are small businesses struggling to stay afloat? Why are farmers, transport operators, businesses and community organisations being forced to make increasingly difficult decisions? Why do so many Australians feel that despite working harder than ever, they are somehow falling behind? Across line, I hear the same message repeatedly. People are hurting, and they are hurting badly. I've never seen Australians under this level of sustained economic pressure. The Australian Bureau of Statistics tells us headline inflation remains at 4.2%. Underlying inflation remains at 3.4%, still above the Reserve Bank's target range. Housing costs have risen by 6.3%. Transport costs have risen by 6.6%. Electricity prices have risen by more than 22%. These are not just statistics. They are the reality facing Australian households every day. Families are paying more for groceries, more for electricity, more for insurance, more for rent, more for mortgages, more for housing, more for almost every essential part of daily life, and now they're paying more for fuel. The conflict in the Middle East did not create Australia's cost of living crisis, it exposed it. Australians were already struggling before oil prices moved. Mortgage holders had already endured years of elevated interest rates. Businesses were already battling rising costs. Households were already making sacrifices. Fuel has simply become the latest pressure point in an economy already under strain. Deputy Speaker, fuel is not just another expense. Fuel is the cost of everything. When fuel prices rise, freight costs rise. When freight costs rise, food prices rise. When food prices rise, household budgets come under further pressure. The impact flows through every corner of the economy, and nowhere is that more obvious than in regional Australia. Over recent months, I've heard directly from constituents who've been living with this reality. Gregory from Foster asked me, how does the government allow fuel companies to gouge the price of fuel so quickly? He was not asking as an economist. He was asking as somebody watching costs rise faster than he could understand or explain. Veronica from Mitchell's Island questioned why families already struggling with the cost of living were expected to absorb even higher fuel costs. Mark from Foster raised concerns about fuel prices rising before higher cost fuel had even entered the supply chain. Karen from Taree South told me she watched fuel prices rise from 165.9 cents per litre to 219.9 cents per litre in a matter of days. For many Australians, that sort of increase is not an inconvenience. It is the difference between making ends meet and falling behind. Bill from Tallwoods Village told me he felt nobody was listening when concerns were raised about rapidly escalating fuel prices. Whether people agree with every concern or not, the message is consistent. Australians feel powerless as costs rise around them. But this goes beyond motorists. I've heard from timber operators, transport operators and farmers across my electorate facing soaring diesel costs. I've heard concerns from community transport providers questioning whether they can continue operating if costs continue to rise. These are not theoretical concerns. These are real Australians trying to run businesses, support families and contribute to their communities, certainly a community that's the oldest in the country. Deputy Speaker, it's not only households carrying these pressures. Small businesses are carrying them as well. The local cafe, the local workshop, the trucking operator, the family-owned business, the farmer employing local people. The consequences are increasingly visible. ASIC reports that 14,722 Australian companies entered external administration during the last financial year. That is an increase of more than 33% on the previous year. Behind every one of those insolvencies is somebody's life's work, somebody's savings, somebody's employees, somebody's family. That is why inflation matters, and that is why fuel prices matter, and that is why governments cannot continue treating cost of living pressures as though they are merely temporary inconveniences. I said previously in this House that we stand in here expecting Australians to flex with the crisis, but so many do not have that flexibility. Every ask we make of them is heard as another sacrifice they have to make, another bill, another cost, another burden, another promise that somehow never quite gets delivered. And after years of inflation and rising costs, many Australians have reached the limit of what they can absorb. Deputy Speaker, the bill before us extends temporary fuel excise relief from 1 July until early August, and Australians will welcome that relief. The Coalition supports that relief, but relief should not be confused with a solution. The government calls this a taper. Australians will experience it as a price increase. A family filling a 65-litre tank received around $21 in fuel relief during June. From 1 July, that relief falls to around $11. That is effectively a $10 increase every time they fill up their car from the first day of the new financial year. For transport operators and trucking businesses, the impact is even greater. And that is why Australians are entitled to ask a simple question. If inflation is supposedly under control, why are they still paying more? If the economy is supposedly improving, why do they still feel poorer? The answer is that the underlying problems remain. The original fuel excise reduction cost approximately $2.9 billion. This extension costs another $400 million. Yet the government has refused to identify genuine inflationary offsets. The Coalition repeatedly argued that any cost of living relief should be accompanied by spending restraint elsewhere, because relief that is borrowed today becomes inflationary pressure tomorrow. A government credit card is not an economic strategy. Borrowing more money to treat the symptoms while ignoring the causes is not economic management. It is political management. Deputy Speaker, the same lack of long-term thinking that has contributed to inflation has also left Australia vulnerable on fuel security. Over recent months, I've repeatedly raised concerns in this parliament about Australia's fuel vulnerability. I've spoken about diesel fuel disruptions. I've spoken about pressure on regional fuel distributors. I've spoken about my concerns that the ACCC does not appear to have a grip on the fuel supply chain at all. I've spoken about the resilience of Australia's fuel supply chain, because fuel security is not simply about what motorists pay at the Bowser. Fuel security is about whether food reaches supermarket shelves. Fuel security is about whether freight continues to move. Fuel security is about whether farmers can harvest crops. Fuel security is about whether emergency services can respond during natural disasters.
Order. The debate is interrupted with Standing Order number 43. The debate may resume at a later hour. The member will be given leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm thrilled to speak about two amazing initiatives from my electorate. The first is Cosy Companions, started by a young constituent, Sky, and her friend Ina. Both had grandparents in aged care and saw firsthand how isolating that experience can be. So they created a youth-led movement where student volunteers spend time with residents, having conversations, doing activities, organising concerts and writing to pen pals, building friendships that span generations. Cosy Companion now collaborates with 6 schools and 13 aged homes across Sydney, with over 50 volunteers having touched the lives of more than 70 elderly Australians. I commend Sky and Ina for their community spirit, and I look forward to watching that grow. Please get involved if you can. The second is Kids Breaking Bread, started by 4 local mums who wanted to build stronger ties between communities through their children. Students from King Koppel, Rose Bay and Emmanuel School came together to make breads that hold deep meaning in both the Jewish and Christian cultures, braiding friendship bread, sharing stories and simply getting to know each other. As co-founder Anna put it, the children are actively learning and embracing the similarities in our different cultures. Both initiatives remind us about the power of connection and what young people can achieve when given the space to lead. They are both enormously inspiring, and I congratulate everyone involved in Kids Breaking Bread and Cosy Companions for the leadership you're showing in our community.
And I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I congratulate Nestori Irankunda, Australia's first goal scorer in the FIFA 2026 World Cup in Australia's match with Turkey. In doing so, at 20 years of age, Nestori became Australia's youngest goal scorer in a FIFA World Cup, adding to his long list of extraordinary soccer career achievements. Born in a refugee camp in Tanzania of Burundi parents, Nestori came to Australia as a 3-month-old baby, first settling in Western Australia and then moving to Parryfield Gardens in the northern suburbs of Adelaide, where he played and developed his soccer skills playing for local clubs Parryfield Gardens, Northern Wolves, Adelaide Croatia Raiders and ultimately A-League club Adelaide United, before moving to German club Bayern Munich and currently English club Watford. It has been a remarkable soccer journey for a young man whose family arrived in Australia as refugees. With migration to Australia being a frequent topic of public discourse, Nestori's story is not simply one of personal determination and achievement or the opportunity that Australia has given him, but just as importantly, a reminder of how immigration to Australia has lifted Australia and brought pride to us all on the world stage. At 20 years of age, Nestori has a long soccer career ahead of him, and I wish him every success for the years to come.
Member for Warringah.
Australia is off to a cracking start at the World Cup, and that makes us so proud, of course, with the 2-0 win over Turkey and a huge effort against tournament hosts the United States. Congratulations to Connor Metcalfe and Nestori Irankunda, who both scored goals on their World Cup debuts. At a time when some seek to divide Australians by where they come from or what they believe, the Socceroos remind us that this country is strongest when we stand together. We see it in packed pubs, school playgrounds, local sporting clubs and living rooms right across the country. This Socceroos team reflects modern Australia, one that reflects families with roots from across the world, united by a shared commitment to our incredible nation. Nestori Irankunda's journey is a remarkable Australian story, as is so many others. Born in a refugee camp in Tanzania after his family fled conflict in Burundi, and now scoring for Australia on the world's biggest stage. This is the Australia we celebrate. confident, open, united, proud of the people who helped make this country what it is. Congratulations to the Socceroos, regardless of the results, not just for the goals, grit and performances, but for reminding us of what are real Australian values and who we are when we are at our very best. Thank you for being such phenomenal ambassadors for Australia.
Member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I attended a memorial service for Constable Keith Smith, a long-serving and respected member of Tasmania Police who spent 25 years working across northern and western Tasmania. Excuse me. Keith received the Commissioner's Medal in 2011, the National Police Service Medal in 2016 and a 20-year clasp in 2021. He was tragically killed in June 2025 while serving his community. Police colleagues, first responders and community members gathered in Ulverston on Wednesday to honour Keith, holding a minute's silence at 11 a.m. with the wider police family right across Tasmania. We remembered Keith for his generosity, kindness and ability to make people feel seen and heard. It was especially touching when the Central Coast Mayor, Cheryl Fuller, announced a local thoroughfare between King Edward and Victoria Street in Ulverston would be named Keith Smith Lane. Regularly used by police, paramedics and first responders on their way to a favourite coffee shop, the lane will stand as a lasting tribute to Keith's service and a reminder of the community's love and respect for him. My thoughts are with his family and loved ones.
Member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My word is my bond is a phrase never to be used again in Australia, and can we thank the Prime Minister for that? As when he was asked 50 times will there be changes to capital gains tax or negative gearing prior to the election, he kept on saying no, 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 and even belittled the media when he was asked that question. And it's an absolute shame because it is a slur on all members of Parliament when this actually occurs, such a broken promise to the Australian people. But what hurts the most is small business people who've had to go to their accountants when they've had trusts set up and go to the accountant and say, what do I need to do now? They've already gone once, and now we see this dirty deal with the Greens today, where again they're going to have to go and see their accountants. And there's no escape now. It's self-managed super funds, and that's now been hit today. It is an absolute travesty the way small business has been hit in this country, and also those who've put their future when it comes to capital gains tax having a 50% write-off. In the future, they won't be able to do that. And when it comes to first homeowners, we see the mortgage clearance rates getting worse and worse each weekend. The Labor Party members may have celebrated on budget night, giving themselves high fives, but you have really hurt the Australian people and in particular business. Thank you.
Member for Griffiths.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For 30 years, I have stood against One Nation and Senator Hanson's policies of division. And I can hardly believe that 30 years on, we are still here having to call out the same old tired attacks on working families. At the National Press Club, Senator Hanson said, if women take time off and they are not paid their wages because they're not working, fair enough. She then said, why should businesses pay? They're not at work. And today on morning television, she said it's up to companies, if they want to have it in their policy, to give it to their workers. We know millions of workers and young families across the private sector will be rightly shocked that she is telling them they do not deserve time away from work to care for their children, bond with their babies and establish their family. One Nation believes a parent's time with their young children should depend on where they work and who they work for. I know how precious parental leave is. For my family, 20 months after I had my first child, I gave birth to my second baby. At that stage, my savings were completely depleted from my first 6 months of parental leave. I was incredibly thankful that for the 13 weeks government provided paid parental leave for baby number 2. However, I could not afford to take any more time off. It's always been something that I have been very sad about because I returned to work earlier than I would have wanted to, and so I had to juggle breastfeeding and 2 small kids with returning to work so quickly. Labor understands that raising a new baby is important work. It was a Whitlam Labor government that introduced paid maternity leave for Commonwealth employees in 1973, but now 50 years later, Senator Hanson wants to take us backwards. Labor will not let that happen. We are increasing paid parental leave to 26 weeks from 1 July.
Member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, just after midnight this morning in my hometown of Warrigal, 80 metres from my office, an illegal tobacco outlet, a suspected illegal tobacco outlet, was firebombed. A week ago it was ram-raided, and like clockwork there was an arson attack this morning. Now, my thoughts are with the 5 businesses in that immediate vicinity who have had to close their doors, cancel appointments with clients. They're not going to be open for the next couple of days, maybe even a week. They're now looking at increased insurance premiums, structural damage, and this is not an isolated story. This is Victoria under Jacinta Allen as Premier. We've got her failed illegal tobacco task force that is clearly not working. We've got incredible local police that are doing their best with limited resources and their hands tied behind their back. Until this federal government gets serious about having a multi-pronged approach to address illicit tobacco, we are going to continue with alarming statistics like the Australian Bureau of Stats that last week provided clear evidence that we've got 80% of the tobacco market in Australia that is now illicit. Smoking rates in Western Australia are going up. The proceeds are going to organised crime linked to the CFMEU, terrorist groups and bikie gangs. And Australia is not safe as we continue with this illicit tobacco crisis.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What women want. In 2022, we saw a record number of women elected to the federal parliament. What people wanted to see is governments that actually respond to our whole population, including women. And so then in 2025, we got to see 50% women in the cabinet. And what have we delivered? We didn't just deliver a record to our federal parliament. We're changing our community. We are changing our society. We have cheaper childcare. We have introduced the 3-day childcare guarantee. We are closing the pay gap. And of course, we have been increasing paid parental leave. 26 weeks is coming soon, and we're going to pay superannuation on that. And what did we hear in the last week, including on Sunrise today? Senator Hanson from One Nation wants to get rid of paid parental leave. Absolutely outrageous. This is not what women want. You can't stop migration and then stop families from having children. I suspect that this is going to be a policy that she does a backflip on, right? We saw that when the Coalition wanted to stop public servants from working from home. This is a really bad idea. This is the way that we can help support families. Cost of living, it's real. Having families costs time. And you know what? We want families to spend time with their babies. They are delightful.
Member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As co-chair of the Motor Neurone Disease Parliamentary Friends, I rise to recognise Global MND Awareness Day, which just passed and is a powerful symbol of hope for Australians and all their carers and sufferers who are showing the resilience of the blue cornflower every single day by caring for those with motor neurone disease. Today, there are around 2,752 Australians living with MND, and with modern techniques, diagnosis is getting higher and higher and more recognition of this terrible disease. We also see increased investment in research, care, advocacy and support services as we work towards better treatments and ultimately a cure. This year we mark the very sad passing of Neil Danaher, a great Australian, also the diagnosis of the rugby league player spoken about by so many here in this House, Jai Arrow. This has helped draw attention in a national conversation about the realities of living with MND and the realities of the sufferers and their carers and the greater urgent need for support. I want to thank the member for Mayo for putting a great question and pressure on the government, leading to the announcement of a priority pathway from the government for aged care for MND sufferers, something that should have always been there. While finding a cure remains critically important, people living with MND and their sufferers need the compassion and practical support right now through the aged care system and the NDIS and everything that we can do. These are the most vulnerable people in our society. So I ask the government to continue its good work on supporting people with MND, their carers, friends and families, and making those priority pathways available to people.
Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over many years, the focus for residents of Werriwa has been the health of their families. The Albanese government has worked steadily since its election to ensure that healthcare is affordable and available close to where you live. The tripling of the bulk billing incentive has seen 32 fully bulk billed GP practices available to the people I represent in suburbs like Austral, Green Valley, Cecil Hills, Lernea, Hoxton Park, Casula and Prestons. Our election commitment to an open and urgent care clinic in Austral was realised in January this year. Already more than 2,000 people have accessed the clinic. The clinic joins the 137 Australia-wide as promised and delivered by this government. There have been more than 3.1 million visits to urgent care clinics Australia-wide. This means that almost all Australians live within a 20-minute drive of a bulk billing clinic. And May's budget confirmed that urgent care clinics are now a permanent feature of our healthcare landscape. Urgent care clinics in southwest Sydney ease the burden of an already strapped emergency department in Liverpool, Campbelltown and Fairfield. They also ensure that mums, dads, kids and older Australians get the advice they need when they need it out of hours. This is what access to Medicare and healthcare looks like. Care when you need it, care when you need it, where you need it, and it's free of charge.
Member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A handyman from Booyell, a barber shop in the Bundaberg CBD, a convenience store at Coral Cove, a sheet metal and engineering business from Pyalba. These are just some of the many hard-working small businesses of Hinkler who last month completed a quick survey to let me know how they are travelling. 63% of respondents said they were not confident about their future. 56% said skyrocketing electricity prices are crippling. Wage costs are a major issue for 46%, and red tape and regulation remains a burden for almost half. Many also identified the cost of living constraints facing their customers. So this is the reality for regional small businesses. Yet the budget of broken promises from those opposite is in tatters, causing confusion and chaos for small business. Labor's toxic taxes don't need a tweak, a carve-out or another Canberra fix. They need the axe, because you don't fix a bad tax by making it more complicated, you scrap it. I sincerely thank each small business who took the time to complete the Hinkler Small Business Survey. And Deputy Speaker, in the gallery today from my electorate of Hinkler is my good friend and previous local government colleague, Miss Judy Peters, OAM. Visiting Canberra this week to attend the 75th anniversary events as a life member of the Australian Local Government Women's Association. I've been fortunate to work alongside Judy in many roles across all levels of government, and I sincerely thank Judy for her time, community service, for always putting her community and its residents first.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The export of Australia's world-leading over-the-horizon radar technology is critical for Australian jobs and our national security. This landmark $2.5 billion deal is the largest defence export in Australia's history, and it will support Canada's Arctic over-the-horizon radar, enhancing early warning and long-range surveillance across the North Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific. Not only will this further support the national security of Australia and Canada, the deal will strengthen Australia's sovereign industrial base, create 1,000 direct and indirect high-skilled, high-paid Australian jobs, and promote broader employment across supply chains by creating new opportunities for local industry. So what is an over-the-horizon radar? The curvature of the Earth limits the straight-line trajectory of radio waves, and this technology facilitates the travel of those waves beyond just a straight line by bouncing them off a layer of the upper atmosphere and beaming them back down to Earth, enabling the surveillance of aircraft or ships that are thousands of kilometres away. Its capability means that aircraft and ships that would otherwise be hidden by the horizon or attempting to fly low to evade conventional radar can be tracked. As well as strengthening our friendship and partnership with our ally Canada, this deal promotes economic prosperity, national security and forms part of the Albanese Labor government's A Future Made in Australia.
Member for McPherson.
Labor's toxic taxes do not need a tweak, a carve-out or another Canberra fix. They need an axe. Labor and the Greens, the two parties of the extreme left, have done what they always do, stitched up a dodgy Canberra deal and left Australians to foot the bill. More tax, more complexity, more pain in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Because you do not repair a bad tax by making it harder to understand, you scrap it. Across Macpherson, I meet business owners, tradies, investors and young families who've done what Australians were told to do: work hard, save, invest, take a risk and build something for their future. Labor looks at that effort and sees dollar signs for this wasteful spending. After promising Australians one thing before the election, this government's now trying to tax aspiration and pretend that a carve-out will make it fair. But a carve-out's not fairness. It's Canberra picking winners. It's a bureaucrat deciding which business is innovative enough, which savers acceptable enough, and which Australians allowed to get ahead. They don't need another tax. They need a government that gets out of their way. The Coalition's position's clear: lower taxes, less complexity and reward for effort. The United Kingdom's had enough. Keir Starmer's resigned. Right now, the Prime Minister's making Starmer look competent. He's running the same playbook: uncontrolled migration, a weak economy, broken promises and taxes Australians were told would never come. It's time the Prime Minister followed Starmer's lead. It's resignation season.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to say to my fellow 4,585 Australian Olympians, happy Olympic Day. Today is the Olympic Day, and thank you for what you've done for this amazing country of ours, Australia. Thank you for representing at the highest of levels. Thank you for working so hard, putting everything in front so that you can be representing this beautiful country on the world's biggest stage. You're amazing people. Thank you for what you do. And not only for what you do, but thank you to all the mums, the dads, the grandparents, all the support staff out there that help get your brother, your sister, your son, your cousin, your nephew to the Olympic Games. Thank you for all the work you've done. To all the coaches out there, to all the support staff, thank you for the work that you've all done as well in helping those 4,585,000 Olympians in this country. To all the other Olympians around the world, happy Olympic Day to you as well. And you know what can make this happen, Speaker? We work hard, we train hard in what we do to represent the country at the highest of levels. And you know what we need? Sometimes we need good health care to make that happen as well. And the Albanese Labor government has now opened 137 urgent care clinics all around this country. So when you're training hard, when you pull a hammy, when you hurt yourself, you can get in there and get the help you need. Make sure you get to one of the 137 urgent care clinics all around the country.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. About 1% of people can do a backflip, and I'm not one of them. But you can imagine my surprise watching the Labor circus in recent weeks, watching the Prime Minister and the Treasurer do backflip after backflip after backflip over the unfair tax changes Labor promised 50 times they would never introduce. Australians were told Labor wouldn't touch capital gains tax, they wouldn't touch negative gearing, trusts or super, and Labor broke those promises. If you couldn't trust Labor on tax a month ago, you certainly can't trust them now. Labor's toxic taxes don't need a tweak, they don't need a carve-out, they don't need another Canberra fix, they need the axe. Because you don't fix a bad tax by making it more complicated, you scrap it. And the so-called small business carve-out, well, it's a con. 9 out of 10 small businesses get nothing, while Labor's toxic taxes still leave them worse off. Labor's idea of backing innovation is a committee in Canberra who decides who qualifies. Nothing says enterprise like a permission slip from a bureaucrat. Labor's taxes are a punishment on hard work, a punishment on aspiration and a punishment on ambition. At the very moment Australia needs more investment, more enterprise and more reward for effort. The Coalition has a better plan. We will axe Labor's toxic taxes, we will deliver lower taxes for small business, and through our tax-back guarantee we will give Australians an automatic tax cut that grows every single year. Under Labor, Australians work harder, pay more and fall behind. Under the Coalition, they keep more and get ahead.
Member for Gorton.
Deputy Speaker, today I wear green and gold. It's the colour of our mighty Socceroos when they're repping Australia in the FIFA World Cup. It's also the colour of Medicare, that green and gold card that gives all Australians accessible free healthcare. 42 years ago, Medicare was introduced by Labor, and today Medicare is protected by Labor. If those opposite had their way, they'd be making more cuts to Medicare, a straight red card in this match. Meanwhile, this Labor government has made the biggest ever investment in bulk billing, because only Labor knows that every Aussie deserves access to affordable health care. And it's working. The national bulk billing rate is now sitting at over 80%, right into the top corner. Another goal scored. I'm proud to report that in my community there are now 24 Medicare bulk billing practices, up from 13 before our bulk billing changes were introduced. That means at 75% of our clinics in Gorton, you can see a doctor for free. 75%. That is massive. Just take a walk around Caroline Springs, Deer Park or Deanside and you'll see we're full of young families building their futures. For families working hard and trying to make it work, the bills add up. But no Australian family should be putting off seeing a GP because of costs. I know that, and this Labor government knows that. We're passing the ball of quality healthcare on to the next generations of Aussies. Up the Socceroos.
Member for Riverina.
War historian and Australian War Memorial founding father Charles Bean said this of the institution: "Here is their spirit, in the heart of the land they loved, and here we guard the record which they themselves made." And tonight we will come together as a parliament to commemorate and celebrate the opening of the atrium and the new galleries in the Australian War Memorial. But the government cannot crow about doing things for veterans when at the same time it is slashing benefits to our veterans by capping the allied health services to $5,000 per annum. And what this does is make $748 million of savings to the Treasurer's bottom line in the budget, in the insidious budget, in the cruel budget. This is not right. This is not fair. And our veterans who had our backs when we sent them as a parliament to do the duty for this nation, and then when they need us to have their backs, we desert them in this way. And I say to Labor, reconsider this. Just like you reconsidered the capital gains and the trust and the Invictus Games and the Doug and Kay Baird travel benefits, reconsider the cruel cuts to the allied health cap that you imposed in this insidious budget.
Member for Caldwell.
The Albanese Labor government is delivering for working families. Whether it be investments in Medicare, housing, roads, infrastructure and cost of living relief, we're focused on what matters. Our investments in bulk billing have seen the number of local GP clinics that fully bulk bill more than double to over 90% since I came to this House. That's helping see over 95% of all patient visits in Caldwell now fully bulk billed. And we're not stopping at the clinic. Our commitment to cheaper medicines has seen locals access over 2 million cheaper scripts as we cap the cost of medicines on the PBS, a bit of a back to the future to 2004 prices. And when it comes to cost of living support, we're supporting first home buyers get a foothold into the market because we see home ownership for what it is, helping families get the stability they need in attaining the security of a home. What it's meant for people in my community is an uptake of this government's 5% deposit scheme amongst the highest in the country. Over 4,000 locals have bought their first home thanks to this policy alone. This Labor budget will continue to build on Labor's reforms that are making a real impact on the lives of people right throughout my community. And rather than standing still, this budget and this government is focused on fairness for all Australians and addressing the inequalities that have held people back and left them behind for too long.
Order. Member for Casey has the call.
Mr. Speaker, well, the hubris and arrogance of this Prime Minister is out of control. And it was on display in question time yesterday when the Prime Minister insulted every local councillor and every local council across the country, insulted them all. And it was on display when the Prime Minister broke his word to the Australian people with this budget, increasing taxes on all Australians. My word is my bond, not with this Prime Minister. And it's on display with this flawed and deceptive consultation process for tech startups at the same time that they're ramming this legislation through the parliament in a dodgy deal with the Greens? In what world can you ram it through and say to the tech sector that you're consulting with them? What a disgrace. Hubris and arrogance on display. But I would warn the backbench, if you haven't read it, go read the Greek myth of Icarus, because hubris and arrogance can send you high, but guess what? When you get close to the sun, the fall is very, very quick. And we know what happens when the Australian people work you out. And the Australian people have worked this Prime Minister out. It is a Prime Minister that is prepared to lie to the Australian people to get what he wants, and he will get what he deserves.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I sat down with the Bonner Future Leaders Advisory Group and asked them a simple question. What did they think about the Albanese Labor government's housing reforms? They said the changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax were not an abstract tax debate, but a sign that someone is finally taking seriously the challenge of getting young Australians into a home of their own. For their generation, housing isn't an investment strategy. It means moving into a home of their own and building a future. And it is only a Labor government that is prepared to take meaningful action to make home ownership more achievable. Those opposite have fought us every step of the way, but this government is making it easier for first home buyers to enter the market through the 5% deposit scheme, investing in new housing supply, including 20,000 new homes exclusively for first home buyers in Queensland. For too long, our tax settings have encouraged competition over existing homes rather than building new ones. Our reforms to negative gearing and capital gains tax are designed to shift that balance and help first home buyers into...
The member's time has concluded. The member's time has concluded. Just in time. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded, and I call the Prime Minister with arrangements.
I inform the House that the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services will be absent from question time. For the remainder of this week, the Treasurer will answer questions on his behalf.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has done a dangerous deal with the Greens to ram through his toxic taxes. Prime Minister, will Australians with a self-managed super fund face higher tax bills because of your dangerous deal?
Order. Members on my right can take their seats and remain silent when questions are being asked. Member for Spence is warned. Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much. The proposals, consistent with other measures that were put forward, are grandfathered, of course. But what we're not prepared to do is to sit back and accept that Australians are locked out of what is a broken housing system in this country. And to say that we're going to do nothing about it. Nothing about it. And we, of course, have a majority in the House of Representatives.
Members on my left, the member
but
for Bowman.
in the Senate, we don't have a majority. And therefore, we have to engage constructively. Those opposite in the three right-wing parties all choose irrelevance. They all choose irrelevance and not to debate. Although it must be said that the member for Canning has said in his party room that he wouldn't bend the knee to One Nation. A real contrast with the bloke, the current leader of the opposition, who when asked a question about monoculturalism 4 times couldn't give an answer, Mr Speaker. Could not give an answer.
Chief Government Whip. The member for Bennelong will leave the chamber under 94A for continual interjecting within 30 seconds of the House. Order. The manager on a point of order.
You're just irrelevant, Speaker. The question was about whether Australians with a self-managed super fund will face higher tax bills. No, You haven't answered
Order,
it, and
resume
people
your
would
seat.
like a straight answer.
Yeah. Order. Resume your seat. I just appreciate the manager if he raises on his feet to raise a point that he doesn't give extraneous material when he raises his point of order. So you don't need the extra commentary. He'll get the call. The Prime Minister was asked a direct question. He has directly answered that question about the issue that he was raised, that he was asked about. So within the first 30 seconds he answered the question. So anyway, order. The Prime Minister has the call.
And those opposite move a point of order about relevance when they make themselves irrelevant. Because what they do, whenever they see, before they even see legislation, before they see proposals, they're against them. They're against them. And now they've said they'll repeal the legislation. Sound familiar, Mr Speaker? It's exactly what he said they would do if they were elected in May 2025 when they promised to repeal tax cuts. Well, what this legislation provides for is less tax and a working class tax cut for every single Australian worker.
The manager.
Every single Australian worker will get a tax cut, but they'll repeal it. That's what they've said. They'll repeal the legislation on day one, says Senator Cash. Well, we'll continue to advance the interests of Australians, whether it's giving every worker a tax cut or whether it's giving every Australian the opportunity to aspire to own their own home. Not just some, but every Australian.
Order. Before I call the member for Gorton, I've got a number of people I'll recognise during question time today, as it's Local Government Week. The first person I'd like to recognise is Wayne Farnham, the member of the Legislative Assembly from the Parliament of Victoria, and the following councillors and mayor: Councillor Virginia Tashos, the Mayor of Brimback City Council, Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Rebecca Van Hoff from the Toowoomba Regional Council, and Councillor John Raven from the Mayor of the City of Logan. Give the call to the honourable member for Gorton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How will the Albanese Labor government's tax reform and cost of living relief help Australians get ahead? And how does that compare to other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Speaker, I thank the member for Gorton for a question, but also for the outstanding contribution she's already making to our team as a first-term MP. This is a really important day for tax reform in this country. Today we make progress on the difficult but necessary reforms which have been in the too hard basket for too long in Australia. Today we are one step closer to a fair go for first home buyers, more tax cuts for Australian workers and a fairer tax system, Mr Speaker. Now, economic reform and especially tax reform is never easy, but it's worth it. And every time there's major tax reform in this country, there's multiple pieces of legislation, multiple waves of consultation, and that's what we are engaged in right now, Mr Speaker. But securing the agreement of the Parliament for our tax reforms means that we are now putting the core elements of those reforms in place. We're also giving effect to the details the PM and I announced in Sydney last week, which means every active small business now has access to concessions and carve-outs, Mr Speaker. And we're strengthening the rules that limit borrowing by super funds, consistent with the recommendations of the Murray Review that those opposite commissioned, and dealing with the risks identified by the financial regulators. Now, Mr Speaker, the three right-wing parties in this country have vacated the field on reform, and they've left first home buyers and workers hanging as a consequence, Mr Speaker. That whole three-ring circus over there shares a divisive anti-worker agenda. They don't support tax cuts for workers or a fair go for first home buyers. And as the PM said, Senator Cash in the other place has said that they will repeal this legislation. Now, we've heard this story before when the member for Hume last said that they should repeal tax cuts. That's one of the reasons why they sit over there in much fewer numbers than in the last parliamentary term, Mr Speaker. They shouldn't have listened to him then. They shouldn't be listening to him now. And by repealing the legislation, get this, by repealing the legislation, They will be taking the small business concessional threshold back from $10 million down to $2 million, Mr Speaker. What a genius. Do not listen. Do not listen to the member for you, Mr Speaker. We are delivering cost of living help and we are delivering real change. We're making petrol and diesel cheaper in a temporary, targeted and tapered way. We're delivering higher wages and lower taxes for workers in an ongoing way. That's paid for by reforms which make it easier for young people and first home buyers who have been locked out of the housing market in this country for too long, Mr Speaker. Addressing that challenge is what today is all about. It's why the agreement of the Senate is so welcome and so important.
Far too much noise during that answer. I'm not happy with the level of noise or yelling that is occurring. Interjections, but not yelling. So if people continue with that, we're just going to take this temperature down today because it just keeps going and going and going, and it's in no one's interest for that to continue. Give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. To ram through Labor's toxic taxes, the Treasurer has changed his position again and done a dangerous deal with the Greens. In May last year, the Treasurer said the government had, quote, no intention of bowing to Greens' demands to restrict self-managed superannuation funds investing in property. How can Australian people believe or ever trust another thing the Treasurer says?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As we made it clear in the press conference earlier today, we've agreed to support this amendment to reduce the risk to retirement savings and to secure the passage of these really important reforms to make the tax system fairer. Now, we know the member for Goldstein doesn't want to make it easier for first-home buyers. We know he doesn't support our efforts to cut taxes for workers. He doesn't support our efforts to make the tax system fairer, Mr Speaker. Now, multiple inquiries have raised concerns about these arrangements that we are addressing in the amendments in the Senate, Mr Speaker. David Murray was appointed by those opposite to look at these arrangements, and he said that direct borrowing by super funds is inconsistent with the objectives of superannuation to be a savings vehicle for retirement income. The Murray inquiry said a prohibition would preserve the strengths and benefits of the super system, has delivered to individuals, the financial system and the economy, and limit the risk to taxpayers, Mr Speaker. And so we've made it clear that this is a relatively minor change but an important change, not the same as has been proposed in earlier elections, but with a similar objective. And this is all about extending the ban on borrowing, strengthening the ban on borrowing by superannuation funds, but in a way that ensures that people who are doing it now will be grandfathered so that they can continue to do it. There's a responsible 45-day transition period for people who might be midstream in the process, Mr Speaker, and that's important as well. So these are responsible changes. Now, Mr Speaker, I was also asked about trust in what people say in this place, Mr Speaker, and so I draw the House's attention. To something that the
Order. The manager on a point of order.
Relevant Speaker. The question was very specific. It was about trusting the Treasurer. So we look forward to hearing about how we can trust the Treasurer.
The question was, how can Australians trust what the Treasurer says? At the end, that's correct. So the Treasurer can answer that any way that he sees fit. It wasn't specific. Order. Order. The Leader of the Opposition, when you've completed your interjections, will continue. Okay. The Treasurer in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government is cutting petrol taxes. We're cutting income taxes. We're making it easier for first-home buyers. We're making the tax system fairer. I'm asked about trust in what people say in this place, and I draw the House's attention to the Shadow Treasurer said earlier today, cheaper prices are not flowing through to the Bowser in Australia. And I wanted to point out to the Shadow Treasurer, he's asking me about whether we can believe things that people say in this place. Petrol prices in Sydney since the end of March are down $1 per litre. In Melbourne, 99 cents. In Brisbane, 97 cents. In Perth, $1.03. In Adelaide, $1.07. Canberra, 89 cents. Hobart, 94 cents. Darwin, 97 cents.
Member for
And the
Goldstein.
same when it comes to diesel, Mr Speaker. And so, of all the people that I would take a question from about accurate statements, the Shadow Treasurer would be at the very, very end of that list.
Give the call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture. How is the Albanese Labor government working with our wildlife and agricultural industries, along with state and territory governments, to help respond to the detection of H5 bird flu in Western Australia?
Call to the Minister for Forestry, the Minister for Agriculture and the Minister for Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank our member for Hasluck and the other Western Australians in this place, as well as other members, because I know a lot of people are really interested and concerned about this H5 bird flu detection in wildlife in Western Australia. And I want to reassure members we are taking this very seriously, but importantly we're also acting. As I advised here yesterday, there are now 2 confirmed cases of the H5 bird flu in migratory birds. Both were located in an isolated area in WA's Esperance region. I repeat, at this time, there is no evidence of any mass mortalities. There's no evidence currently of any infections in our poultry or our agricultural systems, and there is a low risk to human health. As I have said repeatedly, with the global spread of the H5 bird flu, we cannot stop migratory birds from bringing the virus to our shores. That's why we have been preparing and working around the clock with a swift and coordinated response. We've enacted our National Biosecurity Response Arrangements, with the Western Australian Government managing the on-ground response. We have enhanced surveillance activities that have been implemented in collaboration with industry, with veterinarians, with wildlife carers and with local communities. Further tests are currently being undertaken by the Western Australian Government, and we'll work with them to provide an update as soon as the initial test results do become available. Our technical experts continue to meet on a regular basis and will guide the next steps in our response as more information, such as testing results, becomes available. Enacting this swift response is part of our government's significant work to bolster our preparedness and response and capabilities to the H5 bird flu, because of course we have seen the devastating impact that this has had globally in wildlife populations. As part of delivering over $2 billion in additional biosecurity resourcing since we've come to government, that has included more than $113 million specifically towards our H5 bird flu preparations. This includes investments that we've made to strengthen early detection surveillance, and we've seen that working, and to deploy rapid response equipment in every state and territory. Work that has been recognised by both our wildlife and our agricultural industries. We had Dr Carol Booth from the Invasive Species Council say, and I quote, "We are pleased to see the serious and rapid government response to this detection. The preparation, planning and coordination over the past 2 years means Australia is in a strong position to respond." And I also want to reiterate today my thanks to the Australian public. Ordinary Australians have been incredibly diligent in reporting sick birds, and they are our first line of response in our biosecurity system. If you see sick or dead birds or other animals that are dead, please do not touch them. Avoid contact, make the record of what you see and where you see it, and contact birdflu.gov.au. Thank you.
Give a call to the member for Kennedy.
Question to the Treasurer. Mr Treasurer, some 900,000 student visa holders are now living in Australia. The number of temporary visa holders is increasing at 1 million a year. Clearly, within 10, 13 years, the people that are not born in Australia will outnumber the people born in Australia. Treasurer, the cost, when one considers that 92% of these people are going to Sydney and Melbourne, where there are no jobs, all industry has fled those cities. Could you explain how you're going to handle the financial situation arising from these appalling numbers?
Call to the Treasurer. Treasurer has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Kennedy for his question. Of course, in this country, the net overseas migration numbers have been coming down quite considerably. They were absolutely surging when we came to office. They're now down about 45% from their peak. And in the most recent net overseas migration numbers, which were released last week, they were down once again, their lowest level in a few years, Mr Speaker. And so those are the facts. I know that those opposite, as they desperately trying to cosy up to one nation, dispute those facts, but those are the facts in the ABS data, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to employment, including in our major cities, this government has seen lower average unemployment than any government in the last 50 years. And we're proud of that record when it comes to the labour market, Mr Speaker. And once again, those are facts. Now, I know, Mr Speaker, and I'm not accusing the member for Kennedy of this, but if you have a look at the quite ridiculous answer, for example, that the Leader of the Opposition gave to a very simple question about the monoculture today, you can see that what's going on over there, one of the reasons why the Liberal Party is dying in his arms, Mr Speaker, is because his efforts to out one nation, are becoming increasingly pathetic, Mr Speaker.
All right, just get the Treasurer to resume. Order. Order. The member for Cornwall, the Minister for Social Services. I want to hear from the manager.
Know what they were.
Thanks, Speaker. It goes to relevance. The question was about the rise in net overseas migration under the Labor government. You should come back to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone who listened to that question would think that it's not a narrow question. There was a lot in that question. So if you asked a question with a lot in it, you'll get an answer with a lot. And the Treasurer is order. The Leader of the Opposition, just going to ask you to assist this continual banter. Well, whoever you're talking with, I'm just going to ask you to just give it a rest for a while. And ministers as well. Just everyone, I need to hear the question, need to hear the answers, and it'll just help the House if this continual conversation just has a pause for a while, at least. The Treasurer in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm responding to the interjection of the Leader of the Opposition, who's chirping at me about Australian values. Well, this side of the House understands that a key Australian value is a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. This side of the House recognises the Australian value at the core of making it easier for people to buy their first home and not their 20th home, Mr Speaker. This side of the House recognises in Australian values the vast and important contribution made by multicultural Australia, Mr Speaker. Not for this side of the House, this rubbish playing footsie with the monoculture language being pushed around by the One Nation Party, Mr Speaker. He was asked again and again to define and defend basic Australian values, and he is unable, unwilling, incapable of doing that, Mr Speaker. And this is why the Liberal Party is dying in his arms and on his watch, Mr Speaker, because everybody knows what's going on. His efforts to out one nation, are looking more and more pathetic with each passing day, and that's what's going on over there, Mr Speaker. This right-wing party and that right-wing party and that right-wing party are all the same. They've all got a divisive anti-worker agenda. We think workers and young people and first home buyers are absolutely essential to Australian values, and our policies reflect that.
Before I call the member for Boothby, I'll just do the next batch of local government officials that are with us today. We have Councillor Russell Webb, the Mayor of Tamworth Regional Council, Councillor Sean Zorro Radnich from the Mayor of the mighty Merwere Shire Council, Councillor Robert Mustoe, the Mayor of Richmond Valley, and Councillor Gavin Morris, the Lord Mayor of Newcastle. Give the call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government rewarding Australians' hard work and encouraging aspiration? How does this apply to policies including the recent budget?
The member for Boothby,
and what are the alternatives?
I'm going to ask, we're not having commentary, particularly from the Leader of the Opposition. When he asks a question, he expects the House to be silent, and I give him that courtesy, always. How about we say the same for the member for Boothby? So, no point pointing. I just want you to sit there and listen to the member for Boothby. People listen to your question out of respect. Show the member for Boothby respect. It's not a hard concept. People ask the question in silence, then people can make their decisions on the answers, but not before that. Member Boothby will begin her question again, and I'd like everyone to show her respect. Member Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government rewarding Australians' hard work and encouraging aspiration? How does this apply to policies, including the recent budget, and what are the alternatives being offered?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Boothby for her question, and we on this side of the House stand for aspiration for all, not just for some. The opportunity that generations of Australians have fought for, including those Australians who've come from overseas for a better opportunity. A better opportunity not just for themselves to work hard and to aspire to a better life, but a better opportunity for their children and grandchildren as well to come. That is our vision for Australia, and that is what our reforms are about. Everything that we do, whether it's making the tax system fairer, whether it's rewarding hard work with tax cuts, making Medicare stronger and more accessible, giving people the opportunity to upskill through free TAFE, building our resilience by investing in Australian manufacturing and a future made here in Australia. Or, of course, helping young Australians who hold the aspiration of buying their first home achieve that dream. Now, around the country, more and more first home buyers are getting a fair crack. In Unanderra, in Cunningham electorate, Blake Torreson, the selling agent, said this: "The home was sold the day of the scheduled auction, has been purchased by an Illawarra first home buyer." In Shortland electorate of Pat Conroy, in Cardiff Heights, said this, that an auction drew 7 registered bidders, all first home buyers. Paul Campbell, the estate agent: "We have a lot of first home buyers looking and they're not competing against investors right now." In Tighes Hill, in the electorate of Newcastle, Jesse Wilson, the listing agent. We had a first home buyer, a young family and a young couple bidding on it, and it went to the first home buyer. In Caldwell, Nick Fernandez, the estate agent who sold the home. The owner's over the moon and so is the first home buyer. In the electorate of Melbourne, in South Melbourne, in the electorate of Melbourne, at one auction the successful bidder had spent more than a year trying to buy. This is what they said: "I think it's great to encourage younger buyers rather than investors making more money all the time. It's giving young people a shot at it." And that is precisely what we are doing, Mr Speaker, through these reforms, giving young people a shot at the stability that comes from owning a roof over your own head. For too long, the housing system has been broken. We're doing something about it, taking action, delivering real change, making a positive difference.
Before I call the member for Lindsay, the member for Lyne, you're going to leave the chamber for that uncontrollable yelling at the end of that answer. We're just not going to have people screaming and yelling. It's just everyone take a breath. I've got a few people on warnings, but if that's not working, there'll be no warnings. So everyone just do better. We'll move to the next question. Member for Lindsay has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. To ram through Labor's toxic taxes, the Prime Minister has changed his position yet again and done a dangerous deal with the Greens. Will the Prime Minister rule out agreeing to the Greens?
We're going to start again. Just as the member for Boothby, it's a two-way street. The member for Lindsay is going to begin her question again. The Minister for Infrastructure is warned.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
All right, the member for Lindsay can just get on with her question.
My question is for the Prime Minister. To ram through Labor's toxic taxes, the Prime Minister has changed his position yet again and done a dangerous deal with the Greens. Will the Prime Minister rule out agreeing to the Greens' demand to remove grandfathering on negative gearing?
Give a call to the Prime Minister. Order. Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for her question, I really do.
Order.
Because we have had legislation which passed the House of Representatives, which is the reform that we think is appropriate. We now will have it carried by the Senate on Thursday. And yes, we have secured a majority in the Senate. Because those opposite, the three right-wing parties, didn't take Dennis Shanahan's advice and actually engage in debate. And actually engage. What they chose to do was do what they consistently do, which is to just say no before they've seen any detail, before they've seen the legislation, and then now they've promised to repeal it. They've promised to repeal it. Well, there is a very big difference, of course, between us and those opposite. We're building 55,000 social and affordable homes over 5 years through the HAF. They built 373 over the decade they were in office. We've helped 260,000 Australians into their first home with 5% deposits. They want to gut the scheme and said that it would only benefit the children of billionaires. Remember that? We're throwing everything at housing supply.
The Prime Minister will pause. The member for Lindsay asked a very political question. It contained a lot of matter in it, but I'll give her a fair go. Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On relevance, I asked the Prime Minister, it's an important question for Australians, particularly those trying to get ahead. Will he rule out agreeing with the Greens to remove grandfathering on negative gearing?
Thank you. Resume your seat. The Prime Minister was asked about the legislation that has been ushered through the other place and what deals have been done about a particular topic, but he's being directly relevant. When you've got a question framed like that, there's going to be some political commentary because it was a political question, which is fine, but the Prime Minister's being directly relevant.
Negative gearing, what we support, which is to not support the same position as the Greens political party, because unlike this leader of the opposition, who allows the One Nation tail to wag the Liberal and National Party dog, what we do is we stand up for our values, and our values is to make sure that grandfathering is there in negative gearing and in the changes that we've made. We've made sure as well that negative gearing can still occur, but what they'll be doing is investing in new homes, not existing ones. So the examples that I just used, Mr Speaker, the examples that we're seeing right around the country on Saturdays is that for the first time in a long while, young Australians are getting a fair crack because they're not competing against investors who have taxpayers supporting their bids. It has changed the whole competition which is there and is enabling first Australians to have a fair crack. What they want is to reinstate the tax breaks for property investors across the board, is what they've said, and take away the gains which are made. We have a $47 billion Homes for Australia plan. They didn't even bother to have a housing minister most of the time they were in office.
Order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australians with the cost of fuel and the cost of energy? What policies would increase costs on Australians?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. The very powerful way she represents the constituents from her beautiful part of the world in this House. And, Mr Speaker, in the face of the largest energy crisis the world has ever seen, it's important that Australians know their government has got their back through this crisis, and the announcement made that we will extend the fuel excise relief for another month shows Australians, Mr Speaker, that we understand that this international crisis has a long tail, will have impacts for some time, and we will continue to provide the support as necessary, as has been outlined by the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. And that's real and valuable relief as Australians go to the Bowser each and every day. But also, Mr Speaker, when it comes to energy bills, we continue to supply support. And one of the ways we do that is through the cheap home batteries policy, Mr Speaker, one the House I know likes to get updates on. And I'm pleased to tell the House that as of today, 448,342 Australian households have taken up an Albanese government cheaper home battery. And as we've said before, this is particularly the case in the outer suburbs of Australia. And I can update the House, Mr Speaker. There are now 4 electorates. We're less than a year into this program. This program turns a year old in 1 week's time. In less than a year, there are 4 electorates that now have more than 10% of their households with a cheaper home battery, Mr Speaker. They are the electorates of Greenway. The Attorney-General is very proud of that, Mr Speaker. The electorate of Mitchell is another one, Mr Speaker. Not sure how the member for Mitchell feels about that, but given his margins, 3.8%, and there's 10% of households with a battery, bit of a conflict for him. The member for Mayo, Mr Speaker, is in a similar boat with more than 10%, but also the electorate of Wright, Mr Speaker. More than 10% of the households in the electorate of Wright have a cheaper home battery, which, as it happens, is also more than his margin of 7.9%, Mr Speaker. But I've got better news for the member for Wright. Based on current trends, he's about to take over the member for Mayo as the most popular electorate for cheaper home batteries in Australia, Mr Speaker. Queenslander. That's a great result, Mr Speaker. Queenslanders taking up cheaper home batteries, reducing their bills each and every day, but also reducing the bills for everyone. And the other thing we're doing is supporting Australians with their choices to buy electric vehicles if they choose to, through the new vehicle efficiency standard and the electric vehicle tax cut. Now, what brings all these policies together, cheap home batteries, new vehicle efficiency standards and the electric vehicle tax cut, is that they would all be abolished by the opposition. They stand against them all. When they have a chance to stand with Australians and the choices they choose to make to reduce their energy use, to reduce their bills, to reduce their emissions, we stand with them in those choices. We support the choices they make in the electorates of Mitchell and Wright, and electorates right across Australia. And those opposite just don't get it. They would stop that support for Australians cold, stone dead. They would take that support away, Mr Speaker. Well, we will continue to provide that support, and we will continue to support Australians in the choices they make.
Call to the member for Nichols.
My question is to the Prime Minister. To ram through Labor's toxic taxes, the Prime Minister has changed his position again and done a dangerous deal with the Greens. Will the Prime Minister rule out agreeing to the Greens' demand to abolish the diesel fuel rebate?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. It strikes me as passing strange, Mr Speaker, that those opposite say that the legislation that is before the Senate is so terrible that they had to rule out any support for it before they'd even seen it. And now they're asking a series of questions about not things that are in the legislation, but things that aren't, Mr Speaker. Things that aren't.
Order. Order. The member for Goldstein's warned and has the MPI.
And then they have the hide to interject from the chief yapper over here, Mr Speaker, that we have made sure to get a majority in the Senate.
Order.
That we have spoken to other people in the Senate besides Labor senators in order to secure support. But today, of course, we did welcome our 30th senator in Tammy Tyrrell into the caucus, and that was a good day. What we do, is to draw a very big distinction between us and other political parties. We're prepared to cooperate where people are prepared to engage, including the Greens were engaged in constructive discussion over this legislation. But we have a very different political view, Mr Speaker, and I've fought the Greens for the last 30 years, it must be said, Mr Speaker, in my electorate. Pretty successfully, it must be said, Mr Speaker.
Order. Pause. Prime Minister will pause. The Manager of Opposition Business.
It goes to relevance, Speaker. The Prime Minister is tax-maxing with the Greens, and we want to know whether...
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. If we're going to go down that path with commentary in using points of order just to get TV grabs, we're not going to allow... You simply get up and just ask the point of order. We're not having a period where extra comments and... That wasn't part of the question, and the manager knows that. So I will revert back to what we were started to do, is I won't take points of order if they're going to be abused in such an egregious way. There just won't be points of order, and we can go through the examples where the speakers have done that. I don't wish to do that, but that is where this is heading if those spurious points of order continues. The Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. As I was saying, being asked about the Greens political party, there's now one of them over there, Mr Speaker. One. There were four. We knocked out 3 of the 4 at the last election because we took a very different position from the Greens political party, as we consistently do. Now, my job isn't to give advice to this bloke, but my advice is, how about you stand up to One Nation on something? How about you prepared to follow this bloke's leadership and not bend the knee when asked questions like, do you support monoculturalism for Australia? Not a complex question, because we've never been a monoculture. We have different people, different faiths, different ethnicities, different backgrounds are what make up Australia, and it must be said, have made up Australia forever. This is a pining for a time that has never existed in this country. A pining for a time that has never existed. The First Fleet had people in chains and people were in charge. Had Protestants and Catholics. It had a multicultural society, and it continues to have one.
Order. The Minister for Small Business is warned, and the member for Barker will leave the chamber under 94 for continually interjecting non-stop. And we will now hear from the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. How is the Albanese government helping more Australians achieve the dream of home ownership? How is this approach more beneficial than others?
We'll do this again. I don't know why this is so hard. Everyone gets treated fairly in the same way. The member will begin his question again. We don't need people interjecting when they're asking questions. So let's do it right and do it properly, and the member for Hughes now has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. How is the Albanese Labor government helping more Australians achieve the dream of home ownership? How is this approach more beneficial than others?
Good. Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thanks so much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Hughes for his question. We are just about to tick over 1,000 of his constituents getting into their home ownership opportunity with the support of our government. What a great moment for them. Because, Speaker, the member for Hughes and our government understand that there is no greater aspiration in our country than the aspiration to own your own home. And that's why home ownership is at the heart of our bold, ambitious Homes for Australia plan. Speaker, today in our country, more than half of all first home buyers in the market are getting support from the Albanese government to own their first home. We are now, Speaker, almost at 270,000 Australians who have gotten into home ownership under our 5% deposit program. Now, Speaker, the 5% deposit program is all about getting first home buyers to auction sooner. Our budget reforms are about levelling the playing field when they get there. And, Speaker, the results are starting to speak for themselves. On average, more than 115,000 first home buyers have purchased a home each year under our government. Speaker, this is more than any other Australian government in our history. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about alternatives, and Speaker, the coalition of the Liberals and the Nationals and One Nation have spent years attacking almost every measure that our government has put in place to support first home buyers. Speaker, you're not going to believe this. They want to cut Help to Buy, a program that does nothing more than help 10,000 Australians on low and median incomes get the opportunity they deserve to get into home ownership. Speaker, they don't support the expansion of the 5% deposit program and have said that they want to roll that back. Now, when it comes to our tax changes, Speaker, you're not going to believe this, but the Shadow Minister for Housing has not only said that he wants to roll back the level playing field that we are creating, he actually wants to put investors on an even higher platform. He is talking about a new regime that actually gives a bigger CGT discount for investors, Speaker. How could you come up with that idea? Now, Speaker, it is very hard to avoid the conclusion that those opposite have declared war on our nation's aspiring first home buyers. But let's have a little look, Speaker, at what their constituents think.
Order, members on my left.
The member for Hume opposite me is groaning. Well, he might be interested to know that 1,370 of his constituents have bought under the 5% deposit program. Speaker, the member for New England has decided not to show up today. 2,292 of his constituents have bought under the 5% deposit program. And Speaker, the member for Latrobe, where's my friend the member for Latrobe? We have supported 6,000 people in his electorate get into the dream of home ownership. Speaker, that is far more than his margin at the last election. Speaker, it's abundantly clear now. Those opposite are the only people in our country who can't see that we've got a broken housing market. To the young people of this country, I say Labor sees you, we see your aspiration, and we are giving you the support you need to get the home ownership opportunities you deserve.
Before I call the member for Parkes, I'll do my final welcomes for all of our wonderful mayors that are with us today. Councillor Athena Pascoe-Bell and Councillor Wayne Bayliss, the Mayor and Deputy Mayor of the City of Palmerston. Councillor Travis Barber, the Mayor of Streaky Bay Council. Councillor Jodie Swapper, the Deputy Mayor of the City of Karratha. Councillor Naomi Fowler from the Gold Coast, and Melissa Jones, the Mayor of Walkerville. And finally, Mayor Scott Jeffrey, the Mayor of Strathbogie Shire Council. I give the call to the honourable member for Parkes.
My question is to the Prime Minister. To ram through Labor's toxic taxes, the Prime Minister has changed his position again and done a dangerous deal with the Greens. Will the Prime Minister rule out agreeing to the Greens' demand to impose a tax on the family home?
Order. Members on my right, the Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I suspect that there might have been a change of mind from those opposite, because earlier on, when the Leader of the Opposition gave a press conference and was asked at least 6 occasions about monoculturalism and whether he supported it or not, he was saying that he was opposed and they were going to reverse the legislation that's before the Senate. But what they've done is come into question time and they don't seem to oppose anything that is going through the Senate, because what they're doing is talking about everything but.
Order.
Everything but. What we want, Mr Speaker, is to support first home buyers to have their own home. We want more Australians owning their own home, not less. Those opposite, and it goes directly to the question asked, those opposite are opposed to more Australians owning their own home, because the measures that we've put in place are directly relate to that. Not just these measures, but the past measures as well. That's what Help to Buy is about, a shared equity scheme to get more Australians into home ownership. That's what the 5% deposits is about. That's helped 260,000 Australians into their first home. That's what the changes to take away the advantage that investors have over first home buyers at auctions around the country is about. increasing home ownership. We are the party of home ownership. They are the opponents of home ownership, Mr Speaker. They are the party that think it's more important that an investor get their 10th home than that a first home buyer gets their first home and a roof over their head, Mr Speaker. And we see it.
The member for Parkes.
Speaker, it's on relevance. It was a very simple question. Will you rule out the demand from the Greens to impose a tax on the family home?
Prime Minister. Yeah, that's one part of the question, but the Prime Minister has answered that part of the question early in the answer. Order. 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 And I know the member would like a yes-no answer, but order. The Prime Minister needs to be directly relevant. I can't make him answer the question you'd like him to, but as long as he's being directly relevant, he's within the standing orders.
Speaker, I'm being directly relevant because not only do we think the first home and the family home is sacrosanct on this side, we want more Australians to have it. That's the point.
Order.
That you're opposed to. That you're opposed to.
Order.
That you're opposed to. You know, in Balmain, in the electorate of Sydney, a young family just recently got into a home on Saturday. In the electorate of Cook, Luke Lombardi, a sales agent, has seen an uptake in interest from first home buyers this week. I've had a few properties on the market for an extended time. I've seen multiple offers this week. That is what is happening right around the country. Labor supporting people into their own home, which is so important. Those opposite just opposed to it.
Get the call to the honourable member for Petrie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government's investment in defence providing critical capability for Australia's Defence Force, as well as creating export opportunities for well-paid, secure jobs? Why is this better than the other approaches for Australia's defence?
Call to the Minister for Defence and the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for her question and acknowledge her service in the Australian Army. The Jindalee Operational Radar Network is an incredible technology. It relies on bouncing a signal off the ionosphere, the ceiling of our atmosphere, to detect objects beyond the curvature of the Earth's surface, a radar which can literally see over the horizon. It's a technology which was developed back in the 1980s by Defence Science in combination with BAE at a time when there was not the same system of satellites as exists today. But in a world where those same satellites can now be targeted, this is a technology which is coming back into its own. As the best long-range radar in the world, it is the envy of the world, and that is why Canada has agreed to partner with Australia in its future use by building its own radar to surveil the vast areas of Canada's Arctic North. This is a $2.5 billion deal. It is the biggest defence export in Australia's history. And it's an example of successful defence policy, focusing on the detail, meticulously building our relationships, having a clear sense of the strategic objectives of our partners so that we can properly engage. Now, that stands in stark contrast to how we know the Liberals do defence. Because for the Liberals, the defence policy is just about a single figure, a percentage of GDP. But at the same time, not having an ability to articulate a single military platform upon which the defence budget would be spent. Now, we've known for some time that the Liberals are defence dilettantes, but last week we also learnt that one nation is no better. They did promise to cut health and education to fund defence, but when it came to defence, again, just a focus on a single number, leaning into the vibe of the thing and then hoping for the best. The Liberals, one nation, they are the Dennis Denudos of defence policy. Well, this government is very different. We are getting on with business. The two biggest defence exports in our country's history have happened under us, and the latest deal with Canada will support 1,000 direct and indirect jobs across South Australia and Victoria. These are deals which are building high-tech industry in Australia. They are deals which are increasing our national security. They are deals which are helping to keep Australians safe.
The call to the honourable member for Farrer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management. The 1997-2010 millennial drought bruised. The 2017-19 tinderbox wounded Australia. Is Australia's irrigated water capacity, post the Murray-Darling buybacks, strong enough to secure Australia's food supply for both human and stock operations during the next prolonged drought? And have you negotiated a water allocation from the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder for food production during the next periods of drought?
Order. Give the call. Order. Give the call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank you for your question. Whilst emergency management takes into account rapid onset events, it doesn't actually take into account drought events. So I will hand over to the Minister responsible for water in the House to answer the question.
Call to the order. Give a call to the Leader of the House representing the Minister for Water.
The question goes as well to the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, and the question goes to what happens to water allocations during times of drought. And obviously, as the member would be more aware than most people in the chamber, the different sorts of water security. So, for example, in the southern areas of his electorate, there are areas which have very low water security, whereas the licences in a place like Griffith on the Murrumbidgee tend to have high water security. That affects what is planted. You're more likely to have opportunity crops like rice in areas where the water security levels change radically, and you'll have permanent plantings like oranges, for example, in areas such as the Riverina, in areas around Griffith, for example, where the water security levels are much higher. What the Murray-Darling Basin Plan did was...
The Minister will pause. The Minister's concluded his answer. We'll move to the next question. Give a call. Order. Thank you, Member for Farrer. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor Government delivering better outcomes for working Australians, and what could put this progress at risk?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Lawler for her question and her ongoing advocacy for hard-working Australians in her electorate, but right around the country. Of course, the Albanese Labor Government has introduced significant reforms to support Australian workers and get wages moving. Our government has passed laws to improve enterprise bargaining, bringing employers and workers back to the table. And as a result, we've seen a record number of employees benefiting from higher wages. We're also backing workers through our same job, same pay reforms. Before these reforms were in place, labour hire workers were doing the same work, wearing the same uniform, turning up to the same shifts, and were getting paid less than direct employees. Now, I recently met with Scott, a coal miner in the Hunter with the member for Patterson, who told me that at his site, labour hire workers are now receiving $40,000 a year more because of this government. Now, these workers are some of the thousands of workers across Australia receiving pay increases and, importantly, are now being treated fairly. Of course, this Labor government has advocated each and every year to the Fair Work Commission to boost the pay of low-paid workers. And from next week, minimum award workers will receive a wage increase of 4.75% in their pay packets. This represents a real wage increase and important cost of living relief. Now, critically, those that rely, the lowest paid workers that rely on the national minimum wage will receive a 6% pay increase from next week. Now, we're not only backing workers by supporting higher wages, but of course we're backing them to get a fair go in the tax system. This Labor government is delivering tax cuts, with the average worker benefiting by up to $2,800 a year. Now, Speaker, I'm asked what could put this progress at risk. Well, the biggest risk to working Australians is the three right-wing parties over on that side, the Liberal Party, the National Party and One Nation. All three of them voted against same job, same pay, which is delivering higher pay and fairer conditions. All three railed against our reforms to reinvigorate enterprise bargaining, which is now delivering higher wages and better conditions. And of course, in the last few weeks, all three failed to back a wage increase for our lowest paid workers in this country. It is only a Labor government that can be trusted to be on the side of working Australians.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. In March last year, the Prime Minister said, "I don't negotiate with the Greens." When will you stop lying?
The order, the Leader of the House. I'm going to demand that be withdrawn immediately, and I'm tempted to take further action, because this cannot— no, you're not going to be able to rephrase or withdraw. I've made it crystal clear yesterday and this time before. You are demeaning the dignity of this House. For 125 years, those sorts of descriptors have not been used. Traditions and conventions are important in this House of Representatives, and I will uphold them every single day of my time as Speaker. Order. I'm going to get the Leader of the Opposition to withdraw to assist the House.
I withdraw.
And we'll move to the next question. The Out of respect for the Leader of the Opposition, he's not being named. But if this continues, I'll be left with no other choice. This is a deliberate defiance of the conventions and traditions of this House. I believe in traditions and conventions. Order. And I want this House to uphold its principles and dignity. Language matters. Every Speaker has followed this tradition. I don't know why those on the opposite benches cannot follow what every other person in this House has done. Give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government finishing the job of rolling out a reliable and future-proof national broadband network? What other approaches has the government been asked to consider?
Give the call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Cunningham for her question and acknowledge her relentless advocacy for improved telecommunications in her community. Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job of providing every Australian with reliable, high-speed broadband by ripping up coalition copper and installing future-proof fibre. Our vision is absolutely clear, making Australia the most connected continent on the face of the earth. No matter where you live or what you do, you deserve the ability to connect, whether it's so you can work from home, run a business or stay in touch with those you love. In July of last year, I updated the House on the Albanese Labor government's investment in the NBN. Since then, I'm pleased to report that 90% of the NBN's fixed-line network is now able to access gigabit speeds. That's over 10 million homes and businesses. This was possible because of our 2022 investment to upgrade 1.5 million premises from coalition copper to full fibre. That work was completed on time and on budget by NBN Co. Their dedicated work continues, with tens of thousands of homes and businesses making the switch to full fibre every month. More customers are also taking up higher speed tiers, helped by NBN's Accelerate Great program, which has given speed increases at no additional wholesale cost. Work is also complete on NBN fixed wireless and satellite upgrade program, which, thanks to the Commonwealth investment of $480 million, is now providing up to 5 times faster speeds over fixed wireless. These upgrades have also expanded the fixed wireless footprint to some premises that were on satellite services. This in turn allowed for an increase in the performance of the existing satellite service. Last year, I also spoke about finishing the job and upgrading the final 622,000 premises on coalition copper to faster technologies, predominantly full fibre, with the Albanese government investing up to $3 billion. One thing that hasn't changed since last year is our belief, Labor's belief, that the NBN should always remain in public hands. Unfortunately, one other thing that hasn't changed since last year is the views of those opposite. In 2024, the Coalition opposed the Commitment to Public Ownership Bill, leaving the door open to privatising the NBN if they are returned to government. Let me be clear. Labor will make no apology for fixing the Coalition's mess and delivering equitable access to high-speed broadband.
The call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. Minister, the Kooyong community recently mourned the loss of Neil Danaher. Neil fought motor neuron disease with dignity and strength. I have another community member, Graham Crossan, also living with MND. Graham's 80. He's ventilator dependent and he needs 24-hour care. But your integrated assessment tool says he doesn't qualify for the highest level of support. It's a disgrace. Minister, how can you possibly justify your integrated assessment tool to Australians like Graham?
Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Kooyong for her question. And I thank her for her engagements with me and my office in regards to aged care matters. I'm very familiar with Mr Crossan's case. It is indeed a very difficult situation that he and his family face. I also acknowledge his wife, Mrs Crossan, and the care that she provides and the advocacy that she's provided on his behalf throughout this difficult period for their family. Out of respect to their privacy, I'm not going to go into the specific details of their case in the chamber, although as his representative.
The member for Kooyong on a point of order.
Speaker, the Crossans would very much appreciate if you could deal with the specifics of Mr Crossan's case in this House.
Well, the Minister has made it clear how he's going to handle the situation, but I thank the member for Kooyong for allowing the House to consider that. But the Minister will be able to is entitled to answer to make sure he's directly relevant. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I was saying, out of respect to the privacy for the Crossan family, as I would for any older person across our country, I'm not going to outline the specifics of their case in this chamber. I'm most happy to meet with you in a more appropriate setting and indeed with the Crossan family if necessary to work through the specifics. Nevertheless, I am remaining constantly briefed on the situation of Mr Crossan and the circumstances that he faces. In a more general sense, I want to make some comments about motor neuron disease and how it's dealt with within the aged care system, because that is relevant to this particular case amongst others. As everyone in this chamber would know, MND is a rare incurable and fatal condition, and one of its main devastating characteristics is its rapid deterioration in physical function. Now, as you point out, earlier this month we lost Neil Danaher, who was a giant of the AFL, but more importantly, an absolute legend when it came to advocating for awareness and, of course, for a cure for this cruel disease. Because of the speed at which the condition of people with MND can change, the government has amended the aged care rules to recognise MND as a discrete, specific condition warranting urgent priority under our aged care system and specifically under support at home. This change will give all older Australians with MND priority access to the support at home program. The change applies retrospectively, meaning that older Australians with MND who have been already assessed and were waiting for support at home place, as well as those approved in future, will be prioritised for urgent access to their funding. This reflects our government's willingness to listen and adjust where the evidence tells us to. We're guided by people's experiences of the aged care system and will keep refining to ensure that the system is one that people can trust. I reiterate to the member for Kooyong my willingness immediately to meet with her and discuss in greater detail the situation facing Mr Crossan and the Crossan family and to continue to work to get the very best outcome for Mr Crossan and for all sufferers of this horrible disease.
Give the call to the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to make quality early education and care more affordable and accessible? What has been the response? Thank you.
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Can I thank my friend, the totally awesome dolphin training member for Tangney, for his question. Mr Speaker, childcare isn't a nice-to-have for more than 1 million mums and dads across the country. It's an essential service. And we're rolling out 5 big reforms to make it better, to make it fairer and to make it safer. The first of those are our cheaper childcare laws, and you'll remember they were opposed by the Liberal Party. They're also opposed by the Liberal Party with the orange logo up the back. And I can tell the House that after 3 years, those cheaper childcare laws have saved the average family now more than $11,000. That's the first. The second is the 3-day guarantee. It's been in place for about 6 months, and that's already helping tens of thousands of kids from poor families to get access to early education that were denied that before. Again, opposed by the Liberal Party and opposed by the orange Liberal Party up the back. The third is building childcare centres where they don't exist at the moment, including in primary schools. So if you're a mum or a dad and you've got a kid at school and you've got a kid at childcare, that means 1 drop-off, not 2. Once again, opposed by the blue Liberal Party and opposed by the orange Liberal Party. Number 4, the biggest safety reforms that have ever been made to childcare. That includes banning mobile phones, that includes the CCTV trial, that includes mandatory safety training, and that's supported by everyone across the chamber. And the 5th is the 15% pay rise. Now, I told the House yesterday that when we came to office, childcare workers were leaving the system in droves. Not because they didn't love the job, but because love doesn't pay the bills. And they could earn more money stacking shelves than they could educating our kids. That's now changed. Because of that 15% pay rise, we now have 20,000 more workers in our childcare centres today than before that pay rise. Something the Liberal Party never did, something One Nation would never do, something this Labor government has done, and it means more money in the pockets of workers across the country. But not just that, because you've got to apply and you've got to commit to 2 conditions to get this funding. First is a cap on your fees. That means parents pay less than they otherwise would. Parents will save about $1,500 over the next 2 years. And second, you need to meet the national safety standard. There is nothing more important than the safety of our kids. I think all members of parliament would agree making centres meet that standard is important. So this is the trifecta: more pay for workers, keep prices down for parents, and more work to keep our kids safe.
Call to the Prime Minister. Order. Members on my right and left will cease interjecting. House will come to order. Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask further questions be placed in the notice paper.
Non-indulgence. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Later this afternoon, Parliament will adjourn to allow members of the House of Representatives to attend the opening of the Anzac Hall and Atrium in the Australian War Memorial. The adjournment is a significant step that befits an important moment in the life of our nation, one that honours a central part of the spirit on which our nation is built. The Anzac Hall and Atrium enhance the institution of which they are now part. They are an act of profound respect from our nation to all who have served in our name and all who serve now. At the opening of the Australian War Memorial in 1941, Prime Minister Curtin said it would bring our nation closer to the meaning of Australian courage, sacrifice and faith. Even as the decades between us and so many of those conflicts grow and multiply, the Australian War Memorial keeps us close to that meaning. What we are opening this evening will keep us even closer, lest we forget.
The call to, on indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I associate the coalition with the words of the Prime Minister? And of course we will participate in this important event this evening. Can I pay tribute to the extraordinary work that's been done by the Australian War Memorial and successive governments? I should say this did start under a coalition government but has been continued under the current government. It's an important piece of work to pay tribute to our warfighters and those who have served our country over many, many generations, and of course many of whom have paid the ultimate price. These are extraordinary people, extraordinary Australians, and I look forward to paying tribute to them and the great work that's been done for a long time by the Australian War Memorial.
Move to papers and I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I've received a letter from the Honourable Member for Goldstein proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the economic harm caused by the government's plan for higher taxes. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the Shadow Treasurer.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Another day, another question time of the Prime Minister and the Treasurer continuing and perpetuating the myths that they took to the last election. They're somehow honouring the policies that they took to the Australian people. The brutal reality is, around the country right now, the self-starters of Australia, the small businesses, the family businesses, those who are seeking hard to get ahead, the investors, those who are backing themselves through their hard work and sacrifice, and now the retirees of Australians are wondering, what is the government going to do to attack us next? On budget night of this year, there were so many Australians who glued in thinking that they were simply going to be watching another budget which was handed down about the finances of the nation. Instead, they saw a direct assault on the aspiration and the ambition of Australians. What they witnessed was a Treasurer and a Prime Minister whose focus was on how they could raid the piggy banks of the nation, targeting young Australians, saving a home deposit and doubling the tax rate. Those who rent simply to be able to put a roof on top of their head, and the Prime Minister and the Treasurer have turned around and said in their own budget papers there are going to be increases to the costs of rent. A government that goes on and deceives and says to the Australian people that through their higher taxes they're somehow going to lower the price of housing, yet concurrently they go around and in their own budget papers clearly articulate, while they overshoot their migration target by 90,000 over the next 2 years, under this budget the Australian government is going to be responsible for building fewer homes. And after that budget night, Australians have read story after story of how they're directly assaulted by the Treasurer and the Prime Minister's budget measures. Higher taxes, higher costs, and making it harder for them to get ahead. And it's quite clear now, and we see the consequences starkly. In the consumer confidence data, record low consumer confidence across Australia. In the small business confidence data, record small business confidence in this nation's history. And we have another metric, Deputy Speaker, record small business insolvencies. And that is the lived reality Australians are having to experience under this government. They are living with the biggest deterioration that we have ever seen in our economic circumstances, our economic confidence, and it's all perpetuated by the Albanese government. And just when the Australian people thought, time's up, maybe they'll stop coming after us, assaulting us and targeting us with higher taxes, and today the government has struck a dangerous, dishonest and dirty deal with the Australian Greens in the Senate and now are targeting Australia's retirees. Well, Deputy Speaker, Australians are sick of it. They're saying very clearly that the Albanese government does not have the best interests of Australians at heart. And this is what is so shocking and distressing, Deputy Speaker. Australians wake up every morning working hard to get ahead, to make sure they can afford food and they can afford what they're putting in their red basket or their trolley. Australians wake up so they work hard so they can go on and do things like pay their mortgage. They want to educate themselves. They want to be able to get ahead. They want to save for a better future or for a rainy day. And most importantly, one day, Deputy Speaker, they want retirement security so in their latter stage of life, when they're vulnerable, they don't have to worry about their future or their financial security. And every single point of stage of life, the Albanese government has targeted Australians directly on their financial security so they won't be able to put themselves in the best position to be able to decide how to live their best lives. It's now incredibly clear that this is the worst budget in Australian history, and that takes an incredible mark of achievement. Think about all the wreckage that has been left behind by the Whitlam government in years past. Now, we know that the Treasurer loves to wax lyrical and pretend that he's the modern-age Keating. But what we actually watch, not just in question time, but when we go out of the chamber anywhere else, is a Treasurer who doesn't even have the courage to stand up and make the case for the reforms or the introduction of the measures that they've put in this budget that they refuse to take to the Australian people. Paul Keating would have the courage to take those measures to an election and then go on and make the case in an election and make the case afterwards. But instead what we have is a Prime Minister and a Treasurer who say one thing before an election, then do the exact opposite after, because they think they can sneak it past the Australian people and get away with it. And the Australian people and their aspiration are just collateral damage in the process. And it hasn't ended, because while the tax measures that were introduced or the tax hikes that were introduced in this budget may have been glaringly obvious to the Australian people on budget night, as detail continues to be revealed and revealed and revealed, there is no one off this government's hit list. You see, the consultation paper they've now issued is like a footnote because they clearly didn't understand the economic consequences of their budget. And it was a footnote. At the last minute, as people slowly realised that the measures that were being taken, the tax hikes that were being taken in the budget, were not just going to be targeted to property. All of a sudden, the people involved in venture capital, in start-ups, those building new businesses to grow out the economic opportunity said, hang on, I think this applies to us. Hang on. They're directly assaulting our business and our opportunity and our capacity to employ Australians too. And in a rush scurry at the last minute, the Treasurer inserted a footnote in the budget saying, oh, we'll do some sort of consultation, don't come after us, it's okay. But what's been revealed step after step after step, just like the small businesses of the nation, is they have been on Labor's hit list too. And now we have a consultation paper out there trying to describe what an innovative business is. And yesterday we heard from the Treasurer a mocking disdain of businesses that innovate in incremental ways, no matter what its history. And this is one of the most disgraceful things I think I've ever seen a Treasurer do. And let's face it, Deputy Speaker, there's a fair list of them at the moment. But they have the Treasurer standing on the other side of the dispatch box, mocking hairdressers, ridiculing brickies and attacking people who earn a decent living and trying to get themselves ahead to support themselves and their families. What sort of government is this, Deputy Speaker, where their only solution is to attack Australians, tax Australians and inflate Australians out of a better future and ridicule those people who want to get ahead? All because of the arrogance of this government, they think they know how to live people's lives and decide their own fortunes better themselves. There's a reason Australians are so angry, Deputy Speaker, because they fundamentally believe that they should be in control of their own lives. Australians fundamentally believe that hard work should pay off. Australians fundamentally believe that we should have honest governments. Australians fundamentally believe that we should have open government, correct. But Australians fundamentally believe that we should have a system where they're in control of their own lives. They feel a basic sense of respect from the government that's supposed to be there to serve them. This is where this Labor government has got it the wrong way round. They think the people are there to conform to them. Actually, Deputy Speaker, the Australian government's job is to serve the Australian people. And what we have seen from this government is a punching down every step of the way, every time somebody stands up or speaks out about the ruinous consequences of their budget. But there is hope, Deputy Speaker. There is a way forward. While we've got Labor trying to divide the Australian people on the left and we've got other parties trying to divide Australians on the far right, we believe in the coalition in a way forward that unites our country, where we make sure that hard work pays off, where people are in control of their own lives and they feel a basic sense of honesty and respect from their government, and a culture built on respect where people are able to get ahead. We believe that because we do not believe that as the government continues to stoke inflation, tax inflation and spend inflation, that continues to take away the incomes of real Australians and increase the costs that are applied to households as they try just to keep their head above financial water. We believe that people should keep the money that they earn, and that's why we put forward our tax-back guarantee, which explicitly says when the government continues to inflate out the cost of wages, and as people's incomes rise but are overtaken by inflation, that they're able to get that money back and keep it in their hip pocket to be able to decide their own futures, Deputy Speaker. That's why we back small business unapologetically. If you are in a small business in this country, the Australian government should be cheering you on. And that's why we support an instant asset write-off of up to $50,000 and to make it permanent. But more than anything, we have faith in the Australian people. We believe in the Australian people, their power and their potential. The tragedy is they're witnessing attacks on them by the Albanese government.
Has expired. I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Hyperbole, I looked up the definition in the dictionary. A figure of speech or a statement that uses extreme deliberate exaggeration to make a point, emphasise emotion or create humour. Now, far be it from me, Deputy Speaker, to accuse the Shadow Treasurer of hyperbole or being a hyperbolic person, so I won't do that because it could be unparliamentary. But let's look at the MPI and how it stacks up against the facts, because there's claims around harm. I'm going to talk about the economic support. There's claims around higher taxes. Facts, there's lower taxes and cuts in taxes. And in fact, Deputy Speaker, we're reforming the tax system for workers, for small businesses, for future generations through a very significant set of reforms, probably the most significant in a quarter of a century. And we've delivered this because we're focusing on relief, resilience and reform. And they make it easier for Australians. Let's talk about the support side of things. There are tax cuts and tax relief for 13.3 million Australians. That's just a fact. And it butts up against some of the rhetorical flourishes that we've just been subjected to over 10 minutes. But the fact is there are cuts in taxes for 13 million Australian workers. In fact, the reforms also go to making it easier. That's relief, not harm, support, not harm, for 75,000 Australians to buy their first home. That's a fact. And all of this, Deputy Speaker, has been something that we've been debating. I haven't really heard many facts being put forward by the Shadow Treasurer, a lot of hyperbole, a lot of rhetorical flourish, but no facts. Deputy Speaker, when we talk about those 13 million Australian workers, this means something to them. It's relieving the tax burden for so many Australians. It's giving support to 75,000 more homeowners into the housing market. That's support. That's not harm. We're also delivering, and to be fair, the Shadow Treasurer talked a lot about small business, very passionately, very aggressively and very passionately, how much he loves small business. Well, let's have a look at the tax reforms around small business. We're actually delivering $3.8 billion in new business tax relief measures. That's a fact as well. And they are designed to support resilience, investment growth among particularly small businesses. So let's go to the facts and the numbers. 20,000 instant asset write-off permanent to give businesses more certainty to invest. That's going to deliver around $890 million in cash flow support over the next 5 years. It's going to slash compliance costs for small businesses by around $32 million a year and save them 366,000 hours on record keeping. Now, for anyone who runs a small business, they know how important cash flow is. Cash flow is king or queen, depending on who you are. But the point is, cash flow is critical. Having run 2 small businesses myself before politics, I understand that as well and how difficult that is. So that is real relief. It is real relief for those small businesses. There's also a permanent 2-year loss carryback for companies with turnover up to $1 billion from 1st of July 26, so that small businesses can return to profitability faster and they can have the confidence to invest earlier and withstand volatility. We're introducing loss refundability to help startups grow in their first 2 years, and we're expanding tax incentives for venture capital to help unlock more investment in young and expanding businesses. This one is critical, Deputy Speaker. The culture here has been exacerbated by changes that were made by previous governments, and I speak specifically of the coalition government around what they did to some of these tax treatments. It made it more difficult for startups in this country to get those venture capital and that investment in those new ideas. If you're a new business, you're a startup, you've got an idea, you want to transform that idea into something productive for the economy. We're making sure that we help unlock those investors through those tax incentives to change that culture so people are willing and incentivised to invest in those new small businesses. We're ensuring about 1.5 million sole traders benefit from our $250 tax offset as well, as part of our plan to reduce the tax burden on all working Australians. So we've very clearly included those 1.5 million sole traders who often are small business owners and who run small businesses. Now, Deputy Speaker, I've given you a couple of facts and numbers. They're not very exciting. I haven't shouted, I haven't ranted, I haven't raved, I haven't jumped up and down. I haven't even used hyperbole. I could do a dance. I could get myself up on social media with a bit of a jig or whatever. I'm not going to do that. I'm sticking to the facts about what these tax reforms mean for the Australian people. And when you look at those tax cuts, and it's funny because when we talk about hyperbole, one of them is to create humour. It's quite funny that the title of the Empire says the government's plan for higher taxes. Actually, it's the opposite. It's lower taxes. It's tax cuts for 13 million Australians. Let me set out the facts for you. $250 tax offset for every working Australian taxpayer. That's a fact. That goes into their pocket. That's a fact. That's a reality. And it's going to automatically reduce workers' tax liability on their income earned from working from the year 27-28 income year. There's an instant tax deduction that we're introducing, $1,000 instant tax deduction to allow workers to deduct up to $1,000 of their taxable income without providing receipts. That's a fact. That's going to go into their pocket as well. So, Deputy Speaker, these are real, tangible budget reforms that are being made that are reducing tax, that are lowering taxes, which belie the hyperbole that we've heard from those opposite. Now, the reason it's so important to support small businesses because we do care about their views, and as I said, there are so many opportunities for young people and people of all ages, frankly, to create small businesses to take ideas and transform them into something special that is productive in the economy. And so that's why we've made these changes and this support. But overall, the government amendments to our tax legislation will mean, and here's another fact, might be a bit boring again, but 2.7 million active small businesses. 2.7. Thank you to the member for Wagga Wagga. I haven't got the same hyperbolic excitement as some of your colleagues, but I'll take that interjection. It's not boring. And it's not boring. I appreciate that. It's not boring to the small business owners. 2.7 million active small businesses, and 98% of all active businesses will be eligible for generous capital gains tax concessions. You wouldn't think so. With all the jumping up and down that we've seen from those opposite, all of the misinformation, all of the ranting and raving and the hyperbole, all of the I won't use that word, Deputy Speaker, but all of the misinformation that's been put out there, we're not allowed to use that word. But the fact is, 2.7 million businesses and 98% of all businesses will be eligible for generous capital gains tax concessions. Why? Because these reforms are all about helping businesses invest, innovate and grow. And that is because they are the backbone of our economy. We know that. And we need to support the incredible work and service they provide our country, Deputy Speaker. So, in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, the harm, where is the real harm? I reckon there's a fair bit of harm coming from the ranting and raving from the opposite side, because they're not dealing in facts. That's where the real harm is coming from. You're not talking about what the actual budget measures are. There's a lot of carry-on that's going on. But over here, Deputy Speaker, over here, we're about making sure that we deliver these tax cuts for the vast majority of Australian workers. 13.3 million, all of them, are going to get a tax cut. We're about delivering tax cuts for small businesses. We're about supporting those small businesses as well as they go over. But here's the real harm, and on the other side, Deputy Speaker, all of those opposite voted against the tax cuts. They voted against the tax cuts in this House, and they're likely to vote against them in the Senate. So all of the stuff all of the detail I've just given, the facts that I've given, they're voting against that. That's where the real harm is. And they can jump up and all they want, jump up and down all they want, create all sorts of smoke and mirrors to hide that fact. But the real harm comes from the fact that they are voting against tax cuts for the Australian people. They are voting against tax relief for small businesses. They are voting against all of the support and economic relief that we are providing in this budget, and they're likely to do so again in the other place. And that's where the real harm is, because you're voting against it, or those opposite are voting against it. They're voting against the Australian people. And they haven't really learnt anything from the last election, Deputy Speaker. And this is why it's so important to lay out the facts today.
And I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Back in 1976, AC/DC, one of my favourite bands, released a song called Dirty Deals Done Dirt Cheap. And today in the Senate we saw a sequel to Dirty Deals Done Dirt Cheap when Labor sided with the Greens. They're old friends. And as much as Labor want to and try to deny that they are best mates with the Greens, we see it writ large all of the time. Again today in the Senate, with Labor trying to get through its bad budget and getting help from their old friends, the Greens. And I've been in this place long enough to remember when Julia Gillard, the former Prime Minister, and I don't think she really wanted to, but she had to do a deal with Bob Brown and the Greens. What do we see after that? The carbon tax. There will be no carbon tax under the government I lead, she said as opposition leader, as Prime Minister, indeed. And unfortunately had to go down that path to get the numbers to form government. Now, that's going to cause hardship. It's going to cause higher taxes. The budget is going to be responsible for $77 billion of increased taxes for everyday, ordinary, hard-working Australians. This matter of public importance, the economic harm caused by the government's plan for higher taxes moved by the Shadow Treasurer, the member for Goldstein, is correct, because at the nub of it is higher taxes. And if you said 10, 15, 20 years ago that in Australia we'd be talking about the sort of issues that we are in this House, they would look at you and think you were stark raving mad. But in Australia today, we've got a government facing $1 trillion worth of debt. What are they doing? They're spending $430 million buying productive water from farmers and flushing it down the mouth of the Murray, the equivalent of 34,400 Olympic-sized swimming pools, 86 gigalitres of water. To do what? Well, it's not to grow food, and growing food and feeding a hungry world is the moral challenge of our times. Never forget, don't worry about anything else. Forget everything else that you've been told. That is the greatest moral challenge of our times. It's because many people in Australia and other nations beside who rely on our farmers go to bed hungry overnight, and that's wrong. It's morally wrong. It's morally bankrupt. This budget does nothing to address the issues besetting our farmers, our regional Australians. And yes, the government has extended the fuel tax relief, and so they should. We call for it. The government kicking and screaming, were finally dragged to the table and agreed with it. And then you look at the capital gains and the trust changes that the government has finally relented on, finally reneged on, and yet the veterans are being slugged. And it's not higher taxes as such, but it is a cruel cut to the benefits that they once, and I won't use the word enjoyed, they once deserved. The $5,000 cap on their allied health per year is just wrong. And I would implore the government to revisit that, because it is a cruel cut to our veterans who had this nation's back when we called upon them, and now when they need us to have their backs, we're turning our backs on them. That's the government. That's what they're doing. No, member for McEwen, you be quiet. That's what the government is doing. That's what the government is doing. I had a forum last week where I listened to service providers and families in the National Disability Insurance Scheme space, and they are some of Australia's most vulnerable. And they have also had cutbacks to their services. And yes, there needs to be a full audit done of NDIS, no question. There are spivs and shonks and shady operators in that space. But the cuts that Labor has brought about in its budget is going to affect Australia's most vulnerable. And they were heart-wrenching stories from these people who are now going to be forced to go without, who now won't have the quality of life. And it's just plain wrong. It's just plain wrong. And so are many of the measures in the budget. And Labor will crow about the $20,000 instant asset write-off making it permanent. It should have been permanent. It was unlimited under us. And there are so many areas of endeavour, that this Labor government has failed the nation on, and people are hurting. And it's up to the government to fix these problems.
Member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have to say this MPI is quite the own goal for the member for Goldstein and Shadow Treasurer. I'll just start with this quote. Today it's time to be honest. The tax system is screwing over young Australians. Instead, it favours well-off, established interests against those trying to get ahead. I wholeheartedly agree, Deputy Speaker. As we've heard in this place time and time again, that is the Shadow Treasurer's views. The member for Goldstein. On the 12th of February 2018, in this very chamber, the member for Goldstein stood and admitted that the tax system as it was unfair. He said that the tax burden falls mostly on young and working Australians. He singled out, and I quote, people who can predominantly live off income from their assets can pay very little tax and get discounts on capital gains from increases in asset values. I wholeheartedly agree, and so does this side of the House. That is a quote taken directly from Hansard, Deputy Speaker, and yet the Shadow Treasurer stands here today and cries the opposite. Let's get something straight. We are cutting taxes for working Australians. We are cutting them, and we are evening the playing field for working Australians. Why should working Aussies be paying a higher percentage of tax than investors? You talk about hairdressers and brickies. That was the member for Goldstein. Why should they pay a higher tax rate than investors? Why should investors pay an effective rate of 23.5% on their earnings, while nurses, cleaners, teachers pay 32%? I'm yet to hear a coherent answer on that from those opposite. Our Working Australians tax offset announced in the budget will put $250 back into the pockets of millions of working Australians every single year. Secondly, we've introduced a $1,000 instant tax deduction, which will kick in on July 1. On top of that, the tax cuts we've already legislated will land on July 1 this year and again next year. Added up, the average worker will have about $2,800 back into their pockets by 2028. And those opposite voted against all of that. You lecture us like you actually support tax cuts, but we all know that those opposite went to the last election promising higher taxes. And the designer of that genius plan, the former Shadow Treasurer, now the opposition leader of the opposition, and when it came to backing a tax cut for working Australians, for weeks, those opposite have pushed misinformation about our tax changes. Let's talk about real economic harm. Those opposite funnelled billions of taxpayer dollars during COVID into big corporations that actually saw turnover increases and went on to post record profits. And it left us with nearly $1 trillion in debt. Debt Labor is now paying down, and as a share of the economy, debt is now lower than what we inherited from those opposite. Those opposite allowed manufacturing to collapse in this country, to the point that manufacturing self-sufficiency was at the lowest level of the OECD. Now that is real and lasting economic vandalism. And who could forget the early superannuation access scheme, which drained $38 billion from the retirement system, an economist described as an absolute disaster. The third largest spending category of that scheme was gambling. So a lot of super went into poker machines and online gambling. The real harm is pretending that homes are affordable when they're not. The real harm is having our nurses, teachers, hard-working Aussies paying a higher tax rate than investors. You know, we could choose to ignore them. We could do that. We could take the easy way out. We could pretend that the tax system is just fine as it is, but then we would be the coalition. No thanks. We are here to even the playing field for working Australians. We are delivering exactly what the member for Goldstein asked for all the way back in 2018, a fairer tax system. You should be celebrating that.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the MPI today is the economic harm caused by the government's plan for higher taxes. And while we hear members opposite saying, no, we're lowering taxes, how can you increase the tax pool by $77 billion and actually lower taxes? That does not compute. And I'm not really a mathematician, but that honestly does not work. Deputy Speaker, I want to give you a tale of two Peters in my electorate, one from Swan Hill and one from Horsham. And I note the Minister for Education is sitting here, and I know he likes stories about people. So the Peter from Swan Hill is a self-funded retiree. He says, thank you. He wrote to me, he said, thank you for the opportunity to express the extreme frustration self-funded retirees face with this overwhelming and abject failure of a budget. We have paid taxes all our lives, and now there is no reward or incentive to fund our own retirement. Why are self-retirees being slapped around the face when they are not any sort of burden on the taxpayer? We, self-funded retirees, do not get any assistance from the Commonwealth Government or any other agencies in return for actually assisting the government of the day, for our sacrifice of saving money for the country. The Labor government has more than doubled down on self-funded retirees by attacking us on trusts and CGT. Self-funded retirees, mind you, are not getting any younger and would greatly appreciate, for example, assistance on PBS scripts, lessening the CGT, trust funds being untouched, and doctors' consultations, and so Peter from Swan Hill goes on. And then I have Peter from Horsham, both towns in my electorate, Deputy Speaker. He is also a self-funded retiree, and he asks, if he earns a modest income through work, he accesses the tax-free threshold, up to $18,200. But Labor says that if he earns less than the threshold through modest share investments, he will pay a minimum 30% on what he earns, even if it's just $100. How is that fair? That is what Peter asks. Two self-funded retirees who are wondering what is going on. In my mind, as I've heard the Labor government, the Prime Minister, the Treasurer, other ministers rave about how fabulous the budget is and how much better off people are, particularly young people, the reality is that the Labor government itself has become an aspiration drainpipe. It is incredibly damaging to people, and I just briefly want to mention Vince. I've spoken about Vince yesterday. Vince is 19 years old. He lives in Stawell in my electorate. I met up with Vince last week, and he wrote me an email, and the reason I wanted to meet him face-to-face was because I couldn't believe how much sense he had. He has come from a foster home. He has got his first job at 14 years old. He is now putting himself through university, which, again, the Minister for Education would be very pleased to know, doing law and commerce. And he's working in a timber yard to get himself through. This is a young man with incredible aspiration. He's a young man who is determined to make his way. He has been putting some money away in shares, hoping that in 10 to 15 years' time, he might be able to have a deposit for his own home, something that I believe would be incredibly important to Vince. What has this government done? Well, they've ripped the heart out of every one of Vince's friends who is in the same boat. They have been squirreling away some share funding to buy into shares so that they could get a deposit, be independent, actually look after themselves, not rely on the government. I would have thought that this government would have been very proud of these young men, but instead they're being slapped around the head, just like self-funded retirees, Peter from Horsham and Peter from Swan Hill. This is an absolutely shameful budget, and it is dragging another $77 billion out of taxpayers' pockets.
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, I wish I could make this MPI today make sense, because on the very same day where the government has announced that the Parliament will pass legislation which will deliver tax cuts for every worker, a fairer tax system for first home buyers, $3.5 billion in new tax arrangements for small businesses, and that we will extend the capital gains tax exemptions for each and every active small business in the country. Despite all that, and despite that we announced all of this just this morning, right, we are sitting here listening to this absolute rubbish from those opposite, opposing each and every one of those changes, Deputy Speaker. But should we really be surprised? Because this has been their modus operandi for 4 years now, since the Liberals and Nationals were voted out of office. Now they've got a new friend under their blue, green and orange umbrella, Deputy Speaker, joining them to vote against tax cuts, to vote against support for small business, to vote against tax reform, which will help 75,000 Australians buy their first home. They are teaming up, the three right-wing parties, to ensure that Aussie workers don't get the tax cuts that they deserve. And they're teaming up to say, look, everything's fine in the way our system works. Everything's fine when young people are locked out of the housing market for a generation. They do not want to change a thing. Well, we're not like them, Deputy Speaker, so let's set the record straight. Labor knows that Australians are facing real cost of living pressures. We know that this has been a challenge not only here in Australia, but for people right across the world. So instead of fanning the flames of division, on this side, we are working with Australian workers and with industry to change things for the better, and particularly for young people. We're doing this by delivering yet another round of permanent tax relief with the $250 Working Australians tax offset. On top of this, we're introducing a brand new $1,000 instant tax deduction, which will help people save around $200 to $300 on their tax bill each and every year. Now, if you add that up, Deputy Speaker, over the 4 years since we've come to office, we have cut income taxes in many different ways. And on average, that's nearly $2,800 back in the pockets of someone on average income by the time they're all done in 2028. And each and every tax cut we've brought to this place and into the Senate, the Liberals and Nationals have voted against it. And let's not forget that if we had their way, they went to the last election saying that they were going to increase taxes. Increase taxes. We're here today saying that we're going to reduce taxes for Australian workers. Contrast their position on increasing taxes with what we've announced that will pass the Parliament this week. Our budget will make it easier for people to own their first home. It'll help level the playing field and better align the tax treatment on income from work to income earned from very other legitimate ways. And we will improve productivity by encouraging innovation and investment, particularly for small business. Now, I want to just come out and say here, I came out early and said publicly that we needed to get our consultation with small businesses right. And despite from the crows of those opposite, we've landed that consultation, and I'm proud to stand here and back them in. Because on top of the 4 existing concessions that we kept for small business, conveniently ignored by those opposite, what we'll also do is we'll extend the eligibility of the 50% active asset reduction to more businesses by vastly increasing that threshold. It's sat at $2 million since about 2007, Deputy Speaker. It hasn't been changed by successive government, including those opposite. It's taken a Labor government to listen to small business, to listen to COSBOA, to listen to members of our Labor caucus and come up with a concession of increasing that $2 million threshold to $10 million. Now, that means that every active small business in the country will have that CGT exemption, and they should. This is a budget that is pro-worker, pro-aspiration and pro-investment and reduces tax cuts for every Australian.
Member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the member for Goldstone's MPI because in the last 4 years, under Anthony Albanese, Australians have endured immense financial pressure. And the bad news is it is only
titles, please, member for Durack.
Yes. Bad news, it is only going to get worse because of this government's higher taxes. The reality is that Australians are facing the highest tax burden in Commonwealth history under this government. Today, Labor and the Greens, well, they made a dirty deal in the Senate, and we all know how this ends. More tax, more complexity and more attacks on aspiration with higher taxes on self-managed super funds. It was aspiration that our country was built on, making it one of the most prosperous nations in the world, and I am proud of that. Yet to Labor and the Greens, aspirations, well, it's a dirty word and is something simply to be taxed. Young Australians are doing as we told them to do: work hard, invest wisely, buy a home and build a better future. But today they're being told to expect less. They're being told, you don't deserve to get ahead. They're being told the government wants you to stay right where you are. They're being told to forget their potential, forget they're ambitious, just tread water because, you don't deserve to get ahead. Labor's toxic taxes means fewer homes will be available and rents will be higher, pushing the dream of home ownership even further away. And if a young Australian wants to build their deposit through investing, well, they're being punished for that as well. Nearly half of all investors on composite are under 40 years of age. If you are a young Australian taking a risk, building a portfolio and trying to set yourself up for a better future, Labor wants to tax you more on these investments. The Financial Services Council data confirms that aggressive investors, typically Australians aged around 35 years of age, will be the hardest hit by the capital gains tax changes. Not the ultra-wealthy, as the Prime Minister wants us to believe, just ambitious, hard-working, young Australians with huge potential. Gen Z and millennials are investing more than 3 times the share of their income than baby boomers. The government's response to this ambition, just tax it. Small businesses have been smashed by Labor in the last 4 years and they are not exempt from the budget of broken promises. Labor's spin machines claims that their new carve-outs will make small businesses better off, but here is the truth. This so-called carve-out, well, it's a con. 9 out of 10 small businesses will still get nothing, while Labor will feast on their hard work. That's the local sparky, the local hairdresser, the butcher or the mechanic, all still worse off. Now, Labor's idea of backing innovation is a committee in Canberra to decide whether they are innovative or not. I mean, is it just me or does anyone else see the irony in that? The whole point of innovation is that it just cannot be written up neatly in a rule book. It is born out of courage and hard work and just good ideas that no one has had before. It can't be written down in a rule book. Every day our trust in this Prime Minister decreases. He misled the Australian people at the last election, telling us over 50 times he would not touch capital gains tax or negative gearing, just to do the complete opposite as soon as he got a chance. We have consistently asked the Prime Minister to rule out the tax on the family home, yet he is still to rule that out. In fact, it was only in question time today he refused to rule out the taxing of the family home again. And why is that? Why isn't our Prime Minister being straight with the Australian public? Why can't he answer that question? Well, I don't know, but he has got form. Today showed the government is prepared to be held hostage by the Greens party. If the Greens call for a tax on the family home, will Labor follow? Now, the attacks just don't end there. Labor have vowed to continue to go after senior Australians by cutting the private health tax rebate for over 65s, effectively putting a 21% increase on private health for over 65s. These are proud Australians, hard-working Australians, saved diligently and sought to reduce pressure on the public health system by maintaining private cover. While the government neglects aspiration in Australia and the needs of our proud senior Australians, the Coalition will back aspiration and hard work every day until we get rid of this terrible government.
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to speak on our government's economic record and the work we're doing to build a strong future for all Australians and to foster aspiration and give young people a fair go. We're reforming the tax system for workers, for businesses and for future generations, delivering a new round of tax cuts, including more tax cuts for every taxpayer from next week, and we're helping more Australians realise the dream of home ownership and supporting investment and innovation. We've got another round of permanent tax cuts with the $250 Working Australians tax offset and a $1,000 instant tax deduction. So that means every Australian worker, including every taxpayer in my electorate of Chisholm, will benefit from Labor's tax cuts. Frankly, Deputy Speaker, I'm a bit sick and tired of hearing those opposite talk our country down. And I really can't believe some of the ridiculous statements we've heard in this debate so far. But those opposite quite simply seem absolutely incapable of participating in a sensible conversation about anything at this moment in history, which is pretty disgraceful. Our reforms in this tax and economic space have three goals: to level the playing field and better align the tax treatment income from work with income earned in other ways, to help more Australians recognise the dream of home ownership and get a toehold in the property market, and to improve productivity by encouraging innovation and investment. Our tax package is firmly pro-aspiration, pro-worker and pro-investment. Our reforms will build a better, fairer, simpler tax system by reducing the tax burden for over 13 million workers, supporting 75,000 more homeowners into the housing market, delivering over $3.8 billion in new measures that lower taxes for businesses and startups, and reducing compliance costs by $540 million a year. Our budget has all been about tax relief and tax reform to make our economy work in the interests of all Australians, businesses and future generations. This is also building on our reforms to date. Our focus on this area is not anything new. We've had 3 rounds of tax cuts, we've made super fairer and more sustainable, and we're making sure multinationals pay their fair share of tax, which I know is really important to people in my community in Chisholm. Those opposite have tried to increase income taxes, and now they're defending a status quo which punishes workers and locks far too many people out of housing. Our reforms are about helping people, helping workers, helping first home buyers and helping businesses so more Australians can earn more and keep more of what they earn, so that they can get into the housing market and get ahead. So they can put down roots in our community, Deputy Speaker, and they can do the things that I think we all, as members of Parliament, enjoy seeing people in our community do, like participating in the local footy club, like sending their kids to local schools and supporting those local schools. And it is impossible for young people and young families to do that if we don't support them here as a government to put down roots in communities. This is really important for the future of this country. We know, of course, that Australians are facing real cost of living pressures because of the crisis in the Middle East. This budget delivers more tax cuts despite that, delivering for workers, taking the sting out of petrol prices and helping people into a home. We're also funding public hospitals and cheaper medicines while backing higher wages. We're helping Australians, we're helping people right across communities in this country, including in my community of Chisholm. As I said, we've cut income taxes already a number of times in different ways, which means about $3,000 more into the pockets of an average worker by 2028. We're also giving the ACCC more powers to crack down on price gouging, which I know, again, really matters to people in my community of Chisholm. We're also cracking down on scammers and unfair trading. The package of reforms that our government has made is really having an impact on people's lives in a positive way. It is disappointing that those opposite come here and use the MPI to inflame discord in community rather than support the people across Australia to have a better life. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Grey.
Speaker, after this week's antics, it is now pretty obvious what is Labor's favourite party trick. It has to be the old-fashioned backflip. In fact, I could see the Prime Minister and the Treasurer in the 10-metre synchro in LA 2028. They have flipped so many times on taxes, the Australian public are getting dizzy. The least they can do is bring home some gold for the nation. Just a month after the Treasurer handed down his budget, it is already in tatters. The Prime Minister told us these tax hikes were so important he had to break his promise. Now he's poking so many holes in their own failed policies, the budget is starting to look like a piece of Swiss cheese. Australians were clearly told Labor would not touch capital gains, negative gearing, trusts, super or stage 3 tax cuts. Labor broke those promises. So, if you could not trust Labor on tax a month ago, well, you certainly can't trust them now. The fake small business carve-out is a sham. 9 out of 10 small businesses will get nothing. With Labor now wanting Canberra bureaucrats to decide which businesses are innovative and which ones are not. Does that include the Sparky, a hairdresser? I don't think so. It is impressively vague and gives the government dangerous powers to pick winners and punish everyone else. The truth is small business innovate every day just to survive. Speaker, more complexity does not fix bad policy. An axe does. Make no mistake, Labor is putting handcuffs on those who aspire to get ahead. They are putting a ceiling on ambition. When what Australia really needs is more investment, more productivity and reward for effort. By increasing capital gains tax, Labor will chill investment in startups with cash likely to funnel into large companies that do not need it. Investors, savers, tradies, farmers and families trying to build a nest egg or buy a home will all suffer. By taking away earnings, we reduce the amount of liquid capital these people will have available to spend in our economy. It is that simple. Even the budget papers show these taxes will suppress housing supply, meaning fewer homes built and higher rents. And if that is not enough, the Prime Minister is now bargaining with the Greens to make these toxic taxes even worse. And we all know how deals with the Greens are done, with more tax, more complexity and much more pain during a brutal cost of living crisis. The Greens are now demanding new changes to stop people buying investment properties through self-managed super funds. This is absolutely absurd. This is not fixing a mess. It is adding another tax to everyday Australians who simply want to save, invest and plan for their own future. These taxes were bad enough, but if Labor does this deal, it will be completely disastrous. Labor should stop negotiating with the Greens. These taxes need an axe, not a deal. If these taxes are bad enough for Labor to run away from, they are bad enough to scrap right now. But, Speaker, there is an alternative. The Coalition has a credible plan for real change, with no backflips, no flip-flops, no changed positions or broken promises. We will never deliver lower taxes for smaller businesses, and we will give Australians automatic tax cuts every year. Our plan is for a freer, fairer and better Australia. We will restore standards of living, protect the Australian way of life and firmly fix migration to the number of homes built, because that is common sense. The answer is lower interest rates, lower inflation, rising real wages and more opportunity for all, not more tax. We believe in an Australia where hard work is rewarded. Australians deserve affordable homes, a stronger economy, a true tax relief, but Labor has failed on every single front. Speaker, to borrow an infamous line from the Prime Minister here today, for the 50th time, stop playing politics and axe these toxic taxes.
Never forgotten has the call.
Speaker, there are 13 million workers in Australia. 13 million Australians who get up early, work hard, support their families and help keep our country moving. They are nurses, teachers, truck drivers, warehouse workers, tradies, small business owners, and every one of them deserves a fair go. Yeah. They deserve the chance to get ahead, to keep more of what they earn, and a tax system that rewards hard work. This is what our budget is fighting for, and this is what our tax changes are about. Yeah. Look, I don't expect those opposite to understand that, because they don't fight for the 13 million workers in Australia. Yeah. A Labor government does. It's why we're giving all 13 million Aussie workers a tax cut with the Working Australians tax offset and the $1,000 instant tax deduction. as well as better pay for workers and a fair go for first home buyers. Combined, we've cut income taxes 5 times in 3 different ways, putting nearly $3,000 a year into the pockets of the average worker by 2028. I've seen the need for this in my electorate of Gorton. We're from Melbourne's western suburbs and we're one of the fastest growing electorates in the country. My community has new families moving in every week, buying homes and building their futures. These are hard-working Aussies we're speaking about. Deputy Speaker, I had the honour of meeting a young first home buyer from my electorate. I met Ishan at his brand new home in Deanside in Melbourne's West, and he was able to buy that home as a direct result of our 5% deposit scheme. He was over the moon to get his keys and own a home of his own, a home where he can put paint on the walls, paint them a different colour if he wants to, a home he can build his life in. And he is one of the over 3,000 people in my electorate of Gorton who have secured their first home with the Albanese Labor government's 5% deposit scheme. This is absolutely life-changing. This program cuts years off the time it takes to save for a deposit. It'll help people get into their first homes sooner, meaning they'll be able to pay off their own mortgages, not their landlords. This is about fairness, because young Aussies should be going to auctions to buy their own home, not to get outbid by property investors standing right next to them. We're also backing small businesses, making the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent, giving small businesses certainty and helping them invest with confidence. We're also delivering tax reforms that improve cash flow and support businesses during difficult times, because when small businesses succeed, our communities succeed and our economy succeeds as well. It's no surprise that the 3 right-wing parties all voted against our tax cuts. They talk about helping workers, but when push comes to shove, they vote against it on the floor of the Parliament. Every time they have the opportunity to vote for higher wages and lower taxes, the right-wing parties opposite, instead of voting the way the workers of this country need them to, vote the way that Gina Reihart tells them to. The member for Goldstein says that Australians wake up so they can work hard, afford food, pay their mortgage and get ahead. Well, then I ask the member for Goldstein why he, along with the 3 right-wing parties of Australia, have time and time again voted against tax cuts for Aussie workers. Tax cuts put more money in the pockets of everyday Australians. When we came to government, we inherited $1 trillion of debt, bigger deficits and stagnant wage growth from the coalition. And in every budget since, we have found savings. This budget is our most responsible yet. The member for Goldstein has asked in this House today what kind of a government we are. I'll tell you what. We're a government who is delivering real change to ease cost of living. We're a government who helps Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn, whether it's slashing the fuel tax, better pay, tax cuts and a fair go for first home buyers. The 3 right-wing parties over there are doing nothing but standing in the way of our tax cuts, better pay and a fair go for first home buyers in this country.
And this discussion has now concluded. I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment, Fuel Excise Relief number 2, Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the member for Lyne and continuation.
Fuel security is economic security, and fuel security is national security. Recent events have exposed how vulnerable Australia remains. We are one of the world's great energy-producing nations, yet we remain heavily dependent on imported liquid fuels. We've allowed refining capacity to decline, and we've failed to build sufficient storage capacity. We continue to rely on international supply chains for a resource that underpins almost every aspect of modern life. No fuel means no freight, no food, and no food means empty shelves. Regional Australia sits at the front line of that vulnerability. The lesson from this crisis is clear. Australia needs more than temporary tax relief. Australia needs a long-term fuel security strategy. We need stronger fuel reserves, we need greater storage capacity, we need stronger sovereign capability, and we need more resilient supply chains. We need governments willing to think beyond the next headline and beyond the next election cycle. Deputy Speaker, what Australians want is not another temporary fix. They want a government that understands what is happening to their country. And increasingly Australians are concluding that this government does not. Because after 4 years of the Albanese Labor government, Australians are paying more for almost everything and getting less in return. Higher power bills, higher grocery bills, higher fuel bills, higher insurance costs, higher housing costs and higher taxes. This government likes to blame global events for Australia's problems. It blames wars, it blames supply chains, it blames international markets. But Australians know better. The cost of living crisis did not begin in the Middle East. The housing crisis did not begin in the Middle East. The energy crisis did not begin in the Middle East. And Australia's fuel security vulnerabilities did not begin in the Middle East. These problems were foreseeable, they were identifiable and they required leadership. Instead, what Australians have received is a government obsessed with managing politics rather than managing the country. A government that governs according to focus groups. A government that follows opinion polls instead of leading public opinion. A government more interested in announcements than outcomes. Again and again, this government has demonstrated that its priority is the next news cycle rather than the next generation. That is why inflation became embedded in the economy. That's why housing affordability continues to deteriorate. That is why Australia's fuel security remains vulnerable. And that is why Australians are increasingly losing confidence in Labor's ability to manage the economy. The clearest example is energy. This government has become ideologically committed to a renewables-dominated energy system while dismissing the important role that coal, gas and nuclear can play in delivering affordable and reliable power. Australia is blessed with some of the world's largest reserves of coal, gas and uranium. We should have some of the cheapest and most reliable energy in the developed world. Instead, households and businesses are paying more while reliability concerns continue to grow. Any serious government would pursue an energy mix focused on affordability, reliability and security. Any serious government would recognise that manufacturers, farmers and regional communities cannot run on ideology. Yet Labor continues to pursue policies that are driving costs higher across the economy. Labor's problem is not that it lacks ambition. Its problem is that it lacks realism. It has become so committed to its ideological agenda that it increasingly ignores evidence that contradicts it. The result is that Australia is becoming less competitive, less productive, less affordable and less resilient. At a time when the world is becoming more dangerous and more uncertain, Australia should be strengthening its economic foundations. Instead, this government is weakening them. It should be building fuel security and it should be strengthening energy security. It should be encouraging investment and it should be driving productivity. And it should be preparing Australia for the challenges of the next 20 years. Instead, it is governing from one opinion poll to the next. That is not leadership. That is just political management, and Australians are paying the price. Deputy Speaker, this is where the Nationals bring a different perspective to this parliament. We remain the only political party whose sole purpose is to represent regional, rural and remote Australians. That has always been our mission, and it remains our mission today. The Nationals are not grounded in anger. We are grounded in the values of the communities we represent: responsibility, self-reliance, family, community, reward for effort, respect for those who build, produce, create and contribute, the belief that if you work hard, take risks and play by the rules, you should be able to build a better future for yourself and your family. Political movements built around anger can be effective at identifying problems. They can even win seats. But anger is a poor foundation for governing. Good government requires patience, long-term thinking, practical problem-solving and a willingness to make decisions that strengthen the nation over decades, not just days. That is what regional Australians expect, and that is what the Nationals continue to stand for. The people I represent are not asking for special treatment. They are asking for common sense. They are asking for honesty. They are asking for governments that understand the pressures they face every day. They are asking for governments that plan for the future. They are asking for governments that reward aspiration, and they are asking for governments that remember regional Australia matters. This bill provides some temporary relief, and the Coalition supports that. But Australians deserve more. They deserve lower inflation. They deserve stronger fuel security. They deserve affordable energy. They deserve a stronger economy. And they deserve governments willing to make the long-term decisions necessary to secure Australia's future. Because the people I represent have not given up on Australia. Many are worried and frustrated, and many feel they are losing the country they grew up in. As a member for Lyne and as a proud member of the Nationals, I'm listening, and I'll continue fighting to ensure they get their country back. A country where hard work is rewarded, aspiration is encouraged, and most importantly, where governments keep their promises.
Question is, this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I move the amendment as circulated in my name. Deputy Speaker, this bill seeks to extend the cost of living relief provided by the fuel excise cut, and I rise to speak on it today because I will support that relief. I think this parliament, though, needs to have a more honest conversation about the topic and what is really fair for Australians. The fuel excise cut has provided welcomed relief to Australians right across the country. Fuel prices have been hurting people everywhere, across my electorate and across every single electorate represented in this chamber. These price spikes, driven by a conflict in the Middle East, a conflict that sent oil markets into turmoil and pushed petrol and diesel prices to levels that put serious pressure on family budgets. These are real human costs of this fuel shock. And I've heard from families and businesses in my community about their struggle to make ends meet. I heard from the frontline services like the Village Chef, our local Meals on Wheels service, which cooks and delivers thousands of fresh meals to those in need every single week. But when the war hit, the Village Chef began to struggle to meet the rising fuel costs and maintain its valuable delivery service, impacting vulnerable people right across my community. Now, in that context, it was appropriate that the government steps in and helps cushion the blow. And I know that in my own community, people have been really relieved to see the prices come down from those astronomical heights that they reached in the early days of the conflict. So I do sincerely welcome the government's decision to extend this measure for another month, even at a reduced level. But there is something deeply unfair lying out of sight. The government is reducing the fuel excise discount for ordinary Australians by half. But at the same time, it is retaining the fuel tax concessions for big mining companies in full. That fuel tax cut has been in place for decades. It's called the Fuel Tax Credit Scheme, and it's the largest fossil fuel subsidy in the country. $10.8 billion this year and rising to $47 billion over the next 4 years. Now, the scheme works by refunding fuel excise to big mining companies, all who run on the diesel, companies on all the diesel that they burn. Now, most people haven't heard of this scheme, so let me be very clear about what it means. Ordinary Australians pay more tax on their fuel than some of the most profitable mining companies in this country. Companies like BHP, Rio Tinto and Gina Rinehart's Hancock Prospecting pay effectively no fuel tax on the hundreds of millions of litres of diesel that they burn every single year. And they really do use enormous quantities of diesel. Mining companies use about a quarter of the diesel in Australia, 8 billion litres. That's enough to fill every big ute in Australia 30 times. It's 3.4 times more than the farming and agricultural sector. The fuel excise discount for consumers has given relief to every Aussies, nurses, tradies, parents doing the school run, pensioners, fixed incomes, farmers. But it's only lasted 3 months, and it's now working, it's now being wound back to half strength. Whereas the fuel tax credit is permanent and far more generous than this temporary fuel excise cut for Aussie consumers. I understand why the consumer relief was designed as temporary. It was a response to a specific shock, fuel price hikes because of conflicts overseas. But as that relief is phased out, I just have to ask the government, why? Why are you willing to bring the fuel tax back for ordinary Australians while continuing to let the country's biggest mining companies off the hook? Those companies don't need cost of living relief. They continue to make huge profits. BHP made over $15 billion in profit last year, $15 billion. And yet under the fuel tax credit scheme, BHP received $622 million in fuel tax credits. Now this is the money that would otherwise have been paid in tax that could pay for hospitals, schools, public transport. But instead it was simply handed back, and we learned in recent months through files leaked to the media that BHP chose to scale back its plans to electrify its fleet and instead spent hundreds of millions of dollars buying new diesel trucks. Now, why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it buy new diesel trucks and machinery when the fuel tax credit scheme means that they can buy that diesel so cheaply? Now, the same applies to other big mining companies. The 18 largest companies benefiting from the scheme are all involved in the resources sector. Together, they received over $3 billion in fuel tax credits. Rio Tinto received $432 million in credits. Glencore received $349 million in credits. These are some of the wealthiest, most profitable resources companies in the country, if not the world. So shouldn't we, at the very least, be asking these companies to pay their fair share? Instead, they simply don't have to pay the fuel excise year after year, while ordinary Australians are told their reprieve at the Bowser is coming to an end. And that's why I'm bringing an amendment to this bill to endorse a proposal to cap the fuel tax credit scheme at $50 million per company. And this $50 million cap would mean that farmers and small businesses can receive fuel tax credits because they receive credits totalling less than $50 million. No changes to those groups. This $50 million cap would only affect the largest resource companies in the country. Who just frankly don't need it because they're already swimming in profits. The proposal would also allow companies to keep receiving that fuel tax credit above $50 million, but only if they put that money to electrify and decarbonise their businesses and their supply chains, to buy electric trucks, diggers and rolling stock, to implement all the technologies and supply chain adjustments that are available to companies, but which are not currently incentivised to do because the fuel tax credit scheme means that they can buy diesel so cheaply. This will build resilient transport systems and it will bolster energy security. Capping the fuel tax credit is fair. Keeping it is unfair. And it's unfair that right now a family filling up a car pays the fuel excise. A small business running a delivery van pays it. A tradie driving it to job sites across the city pays it. A volunteer driving hot meals to seniors pays it. But a multinational mining company burning hundreds of millions of litres of diesel pretty much pays nothing. The government's deliberately choosing to keep this unfair status quo, and it's made this choice for decades, regardless of which party has been in office. So today, I'm asking the government to look more broadly than extending this 1 month half-strength discount. I'm asking the government to ask whether it makes sense in 2026 for ordinary Australians to be paying more tax at the pump than BHP, Rio Tinto and Gina Rinehart. If this government is serious about the cost of living relief, not just for 1 month, but as a matter of principle, then fairness has to be part of that conversation. It cannot ask Australian families to return to the fuel tax status quo while giving the country's largest and most profitable companies a free pass on the same tax. I support this bill because cost of living relief for Aussies is important, but I want the record to show this parliament has a choice about who pays fuel tax, and right now it's choosing to ask the least of those who can afford to pay the most. Deputy Speaker, I urge the government to cap the fuel tax credit scheme with the same urgency it has shown in introducing this bill today.
Is the amendment seconded? Member for Curtin has the call.
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So the original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Bradfield has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We speak in thousands, millions and billions and percentages in this House, but at home it looks something much smaller and much more human. It looks like a mum in Cabramatta at 6 in the morning filling up her car before the school run, the drive to her own mother's medical appointment and then work. It looks like a young apprentice in Canleyville watching the fuel light come on, working out whether he can make it to payday. It looks like a small business owner in Wetherill Park with 2 vans on the road, watching the bowser and deciding whether this is a good month or a hard one. That is who I'm speaking for today. When the government announced in March that it would halve the fuel excise for 3 months, I welcomed it, and so did my community. The cut from 1st of April to 30th of June made a real and immediate difference at the bowser. I was glad that the government finally listened to what I and the people of Fowler had been calling for. Prices dropped almost straight away, and workers, families, truck drivers and tradies right across Western and South-Western Sydney got some breathing room on a cost they simply cannot avoid. I do not take the relief for granted and won't play politics with something that helps my community pay their bills. But I want this House to understand why it matters so much more in an electorate like mine. In Fowler, the car is not a luxury, it is survival. For people in my community, drive because there's no real alternative. They drive to work, often to jobs that start before the sun comes up or finish long before it goes down. They drive to university and to TAFE, and they drive to care for the people they love, because that is something we do not talk about enough in this place. The amount of unpaid care that happens in households across Fowler absolutely dependent on those carers being able to continue to fill up their car. It is the daughter driving her elderly parents to the doctor. It is the family getting a relative with disability to their services. It is one household holding up 3 generations, and almost all of that care happens behind the wheel of a car. For these families, public transport is not a real choice. In my community, a reliable public transport system is close to non-existent, whether we are talking about buses, trains or metro. The services are too far apart. The routes do not go where people actually need to go, and a shift worker cannot build their life around a bus that might not come. So my community drives, and then they pay again. They pay tolls, they pay registration, they pay insurance. Put it all together, and families in electorates like mine are spending thousands of dollars a year just to get to work, to study, and to just look after their own families. Not because they're doing anything wrong, but because in practice there is no option. Mine is also a community where the majority of us speak a language other than English at home. It is a community built by migrants and refugees who arrived with very little, who build businesses, raise families, and ask for nothing more than a fair go. They work hard, and they simply want a country and a government that works as hard for them. So let me turn to what this bill actually does in plain terms. The 3-month halving of fuel excise is coming to an end. This bill manages what happens next. Instead of letting the fuel excise snap back overnight, it reduces the excise and the equivalent customs duty on most fuels by 30.4 cents below the normal rate. That relief runs from 1st of July 2026 until the day before the next indexation date, which is currently expected to be 2nd of August 2026. For petrol and diesel, that works out to about 16 cents a litre of the excise during that period. Now, 16 cents a litre might sound modest in this building, but for a family filling up once or twice a week, it adds up quickly. And for a small business running vans, trucks or utes, it can be the difference between holding their prices steady and passing the cost on to customers who are already doing it tough. And I know many businesses are trying so hard to hold back on passing those costs to a lot of families who are their customers. So I support this bill. It continues some of the relief that started with the halving. It softens the next step instead of letting families fall off a cliff edge. So I will support it and I will be glad to. But this bill is a Band-Aid. It is a Band-Aid my community needs right now, and I recognise that. But it sits on top of a problem we have ignored for far too long. So my community is asking me a simple question: is there a plan? Or are we going to be right back here in a year's time, doing all of this again? Let me explain why we keep ending up here, because people deserve to understand that. We cannot control everything. We cannot stop a conflict on the other side of the world, or what happens to the ships that carry our fuel across the ocean. That is true. But here is what we can control. We can decide how exposed our country and economy are when those shocks hit. And right now, we are far more exposed than we should be. We are the only country in the International Energy Agency that has never held the 90 days of fuel reserves we are supposed to keep. So when something goes wrong far away, the price at the Bowser in Cabramatta moves almost straight away, with very little standing between my community and that shock. The government has put aside $3.2 billion for an emergency fuel reserve. That is sensible, and I welcome it. But it has put just $10 million into even studying whether we could rebuild our ability to make more of our own fuel. $10 million to study a weakness that has been growing for 20 years. That tells me we are still managing the symptom. We are not yet curing the cause. So I hope I'll try and be constructive. I think it's not enough to always point to a problem, and my hope is that my construction is considered and taken on board by the government. There are two that I'm asking this government to take seriously. First, to give us regular local buses. Not a promise for 10 years from now, but people can actually rely on soon. A service that runs often enough that a mum, hopefully, can leave the car at home, or a student can get to TAFE without begging for a lift. The Commonwealth already helps fund transport across Western Sydney through the City Deal and the projects around the new airport. So I'm asking this government to sit down with the New South Wales government and fund frequent local bus services for the suburbs people already live in. Buses can be running in months, not decades. And every family who can leave their car at home is a family who stops being held hostage by the price of petrol, and also hopefully contribute to a cleaner environment. Second, give us an east-west rail connection. Now, the Commonwealth is helping fund an $11 billion metro to the new Western Sydney airport. It runs from St Mary's out to the airport and the new city of Bradfield, and that is welcome. But that line serves the new growth areas. It does not run through the suburbs my community already lives in, places like Liverpool, Warwick Farm, Cabramatta, Canleyvale, Wetherill Park or Prairie Vale. Our rail network was built to run one way, into the city and back out again. It was never built to connect our suburbs to each other or to the new jobs out west. And the case for an east-west rail link is not new. It was identified years ago in the very studies that built the case for the City Deal as one of the connections our region would need, linking the new airport through to Parramatta. But it has never been funded. It has been left as a line on a map, a someday project, while my community waits. So I will keep pushing for the New South Wales government and this government to stop treating an east-west connection as someday and to commit to it, because connecting people to jobs, to study and to each other is not a luxury. It is how a community gets ahead and grow and thrive. So I will press this government to make fairness for Western Sydney and South Western Sydney part of the deal every single time it puts money on the table. Deputy Speaker, let me finish where I started, my community. For too long, my community was treated as a seat that could be taken for granted. We were promised the buses, the trains, and investment. It went somewhere else. So let me be clear about what the people of Fowler want. The same fair go that the rest of New South Wales already enjoys. To get to work without going broke. To care for their family without counting every kilometre. And to know that the country they helped build is planning for their future, not just patching over their present. I will vote for this bill and support it because my community needs the relief and I will never stand in its way. But I will keep asking the question they sent me here to ask, where is the long-term plan? The people of Fowler have fought hard for every cent of help they have ever received. They have earned more than another Band-Aid. They need a government that builds them something lasting, a future that is more secure, more affordable and more connected. So I will not stop pushing until my community gets it, and I will keep fighting for that longer-term plan. Thank you.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Bradfield has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Wannon has the call.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And we support this bill. Mainly because the idea of giving fuel excise relief was the Coalition's idea. We went out, we announced it, and we made sure that we put pressure on the government, and the government followed. And it goes to show when the government follows the opposition, when the government follows the Coalition, the government actually gets it right, and they should do it more often, because whenever they follow their own nose on things, they get it so terribly wrong, and the budget is the last case in point. When they listen to the Coalition, they get things right, and this is the most clearest case in point that you will see. Now, how did we get here? We got here because the government was asleep at the wheel when it came to what was happening with the fuel crisis. And it's always highly, highly amusing when the Minister for Climate Change and Energy gets up and he quotes that, myself and other members here kept calling on him to get serious about this national fuel crisis because he was asleep at the wheel, and that we were going to have trouble in March, by the end of March, by the end of April, by the end of June, by the end of May, you name it, there were problems. And it was because he was doing absolutely nothing about it, and he wasn't interested in doing anything about price either. And what happened in the end was, and we all remember this, is the Minister for Climate Change was left behind. The Prime Minister went overseas with his begging bowl, because the Prime Minister all of a sudden understood that there was a real problem here. So he headed off overseas with his begging bowl to make sure that we had diesel, that we had jet fuel, that we had unleaded petrol, and that we had urea, that we had fertiliser, all critically important. And I don't think we'll ever forget that just as the Prime Minister was heading off to Asia to make sure we had all those things, we had the Minister for Climate Change saying, none of my counterparts are talking to me about fossil fuels. So here's the Prime Minister out begging for fossil fuels in our region, and the Minister for Climate Change is there saying, no one wants to talk to me about fossil fuels. I mean, of all the bizarre things that he's done and said, that was the best of them all. His own Prime Minister, his own leader is out there begging for fossil fuels, and he's saying, none of the ministers want to talk to me about it. I mean, it's just bizarre. But anyway, so the way he does everything, sadly, it would be funny if it wasn't so serious what he's doing to the cost of energy in this country and what that's doing to households and industry. But, back to this point here, the other lesson from this is have we learnt a lesson? Because we are going to continue to need fossil fuels into the future. And what we are seeing is a lack of interest in actually making sure that we can produce those fossil fuels ourselves. So we have to make sure
that we can produce the oil that we need. We have to make sure that we can produce the gas that we need. We've got to make sure that we can refine that oil to make sure that we can become much more self-sufficient again when it comes to these key drivers of our economy. And I think that many Australians, but in particular the government, failed to understand very early on how important, in particular, diesel is to our economy. It still drives our mining sector, our agriculture sector and our land transport sector. Absolutely drives them. And without diesel, we're in a world of pain. And I say this to the government, that not only do we have to make sure that we can refine and that we've got enough supply of diesel and of fertiliser and of jet fuel and of other fuels, we've also got to understand that you've got to make sure that they're affordable. Now, that's what the excise relief does, make sure it's affordable. And I say this as a word of warning because it never goes away that the government, with the Greens, and we've seen them do a very dangerous deal with the Greens on the budget, but they're always looking to do things together. And the diesel fuel rebate, sadly, is always in their sights. And so what we should be doing, you know, there's a bit of an interjection, but from those opposite. But I must say, in the lead up to the budget, there was a lot of serious concern. It was judged. Those serious concerns was judged and made on serious leaks from the government that they were considering doing this. It was there for all to see. And so we do have to be very, very careful and watch this prodigiously, because especially those inner city Labor MPs have their desires and their designs on the diesel fuel rebate. They do. Yeah, they have their desires on it, don't worry. They do. We know that it's so there might be, you know, members who represent the Hunter Valley and the coal-producing areas in the Hunter Valley who hopefully will stand up in the party room on the Labor side and make sure that never happens. And it would be good if they could stand up even in the Parliament and say, you know, over my dead body will this happen. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see whether they're prepared to do it, because it might actually be seat-saving if they were prepared to do it. I think it might be seat-saving if they were prepared to do it. So making sure that we've got the fuel that we need to drive our economy forward is absolutely essential. Making sure that that fuel is affordable is absolutely essential. And that's why we support this fuel excise relief. And we must say, you know, the coalition led on this, and we want to make sure that the government continues the job. And what they're proposing here is actually a sensible dismount, And, you know, we've just got to continue to watch what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. But, you know, when the Labor Party follows the coalition, it's amazing how they can get their policy right. When they go off on their own, it's amazing how they get it wrong. And I say this to the Labor Party with the best intentions. If you listen to us and follow our lead more, then you will get yourself in a much better place rather than following the Greens like you have done on the budget. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Hunter now has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. And it's an absolute pleasure to follow the member for Wannon on this conversation, and I've got a few things I'll get to there on what he had to say. But every Aussie knows the feeling. You pull into the servo, you look at the numbers on the Bowser and hope the tank doesn't quite need as much as you thought. For a lot of families, a lot of tradies, a lot of truckies and a lot of small businesses, fuel prices aren't some economic statistic, they're a weekly bill. They're part of the household budget, they're part of the cost of running a business, and they're part of the reason people are still feeling pressure, even though we've made real progress on inflation. That's why I'm pleased to support the Treasury Laws Amendment Fuel Excise Relief No. 2 Bill 2026. When people in places like YE, West Wallsend, Curry, Cessnock, Broke and Singleton pull into a servo, they are not talking about excise rates or international oil markets. They're thinking about whether they can afford to fill the tank before dropping the kids off at school, where they can go to work and back before payday, where they can take the kids to the footy, the netball or the basketball on that weekend, where they can keep the family budget afloat for just another week. In communities like those in the Hunter, where many people travel significant distances for work, where shift workers are on the road before dawn and home long after dark, and where public transport doesn't always get people to where they need to go when they need to get there, the car is often not only a luxury, but it is a necessity. It's how people earn a living. It's how families function. And that's why fuel costs hit so hard. This bill tells those beautiful Aussies we understand the pressure and we're taking a practical step and action to help in what way we can. This bill extends fuel excise relief from the 1st of July until the 2nd of August 2026, Speaker. It means petrol and diesel excise will remain at 16 cents per litre, lower than it otherwise would have been during that period. Without this legislation, the original temporary fuel excise reduction would expire on the 30th of June, and motorists would have to face the full increase immediately. Instead, this bill provides a much smoother transition into that. It tapers the support rather than ending it overnight. For a family filling a standard 65-litre fuel tank, it means a saving of around $11 every trip, every time they fill up, every time they go to that servo and fill that tank. That's $11. Now, $11 might not sound like much to a lot of people, Speaker, but for plenty of Aussies, $11 does matter. That's milk and bread. That's school lunches. That's helping cover the electricity bill. That's money that's money staying in the household budget rather than disappearing at the Bowser. And when you're filling up every week, those savings certainly add up. I think it's important to be clear about what this bill actually is. This isn't a permanent change. It's not a blank cheque. And it's not pretending that global events do not have consequences. It is a targeted and temporary measure designed to help Australians while fuel markets continue to stabilise. It's practical support at a practical time. Aussies have been dealing with the consequences of the events far beyond our shores. The conflict in the Middle East created significant disruption to global fuel markets. Oil prices rose sharply. Supply chains came under pressure. And motorists, families and businesses felt those impacts right here at home. Australians didn't create these problems, but they've had to pay for them, unfortunately. The Albanese Labor government recognised that reality and acted. Earlier this year, we introduced a temporary 32-cent per litre reduction in fuel excise for 3 months. That provided immediate relief when global fuel prices were at their absolute highest. Since then, conditions have improved. Petrol prices have come down significantly from their peak. Diesel prices have also eased, and that's extremely welcome news for the area of the Hunter. But while conditions have improved, the pressure hasn't disappeared. People are still doing it tough, Families are still carefully managing the household budgets. Businesses are still watching every dollar, and truckies are still facing substantial operating costs. That's why this bill matters. It recognises that recovery takes time. It avoids a cliff edge, and it provides a gradual return to normal settings rather than an abrupt change. That is simply better policy. It is better for households, it is better for businesses, and it is better for economic stability. For communities right across the Hunter and this country, the smoother transition will make a real difference. Think about the disability support workers driving between clients across Terrelba and Coorambong. Think about the aged care worker travelling between shifts. Think about the apprentice who's been driving from Edgeworth to the job site on the other side of Singleton. Think about the cleaner finishing a night shift and heading home before sunrise. These are all people that depend on their vehicles every single day, and fuel isn't an option for them. So that's why we're doing this. That's why we're really working on this cost of living relief and helping with the fuel. And I just want to add and touch on a couple of points that the member for Wannon brought up, and that those opposite speaker brought up through this whole time of when we were going through this. I'm in the Hunter, and it is a beautiful area, absolutely beautiful area that people visit every day of the week. We're the second largest tourism destination outside of Sydney in New South Wales. Unfortunately, because of some of those tactics used by those opposite, the scaremongering, the fear campaigning that they had, they destroyed tourism in our area over Easter. We had businesses that were crying out to us, telling us we're not getting the people through because people were too scared to drive from Sydney to the Hunter, because they were scared about getting fuel. There's more fuel in Australia now than there has been before this conflict even started. This was a scare campaign. You guys were scaring motorists from coming up and travellers coming up to the Hunter. That's what you guys were doing opposite. And you know what? So many people live in areas where, and the member for Maranoa, I'll take this interjection, I'll take it well. There are so many people that don't understand. They don't live in areas that we live in. They live in cities and don't understand that the roof racks make a difference to your fuel. They don't understand that checking the tyre pressure in your tyres of your car genuinely makes a difference to how much fuel you use. So actually putting out sensible information, which some people laughed at, and that's okay because some people know that. But so many people don't know it. They don't know that, member for Maranoa. They don't know that. So we've got to have these conversations.
Order. The member for Maranoa will cease
got to have
interjecting.
these conversations. And I'll continue to take the interjection because this is what caused people to not come to the Hunter. And this is why us bringing down this excise now to 16 cents that we're cutting from that excise is a good move, and a move that will genuinely make a difference for the people in the Hunter. Will genuinely make a difference to the people in the Hunter, Speaker, and we need to make sure that we continue to look after the people of the Hunter, but also all around this beautiful country. And we can argue black and blue in this place, right? But you know what? The people in the Hunter don't care about that. The people in the Hunter don't care about what you're saying here too. But you know what they do care about? They do care about being able to get fuel at a price that they can actually pay for, that they can get their kids to the sport that they've got on the weekend. That's what they do care about.
Member for Hunter will resume his seat. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the time allotted for this debate has expired. I will put the question immediately. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Bradfield has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. First Amendment.
Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Bradfield be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes, and the honourable members for Bradfield and Clark as tellers for the ayes. The result of the division is ayes 11, no 74. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is the bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Give the call to the honourable member for Ford.
Thank you, Speaker. I note today that the government has secured the passage of the tax bills through the Senate, and I think that this is a significant day. That this really marks a turning point in what we have seen over the last 20 years, where housing has become more of an investment rather than a place to live for a family to call its home. And I think that what you have seen over the last few years of the Albanese government is an effort to really, I think like Paul Keating said, when you change the government, you change the country. And what you've seen from the Albanese Labor government is a commitment to change and to keep changing, to fix the mess that we've seen, I think, created largely over the last 30 years of mainly coalition government, where we've seen housing really collapse, we've seen our healthcare services collapse, we've seen our infrastructure, and by that I mean our foundational industries like manufacturing and textiles collapse. And I think it's those three things that I'd like to really talk about in this adjournment speech tonight, and on this really quite significant day. Housing, we have really seen an abrogation from coalition governments over the last 30 years as they completely failed to invest in public housing. I think we've seen over the 10 years that they were in government, something like 373 houses built, public social and affordable houses built over that 9 years that they were in government. And that stands in stark contrast to the more than 200, I think something like 206 houses which are being built in one term, in one electorate, in the electorate of Ford alone. And that is just the house which is coming from the Housing Australia Future Fund. And so what the government is doing around housing is multi-pronged. One of them is supply. It's supporting local governments, through just another $2 billion, taking, I think, our total spend to somewhere around $6.3 billion to support the infrastructure that is needed for new housing. It is in building social and affordable housing. It is in supporting rent to build, but it is also tackling the other equation, where you've had we have seen the multiples of wages to house prices increase from somewhere around 1 to 4, which is what it was in 2000 when the Howard government introduced these capital gains tax arrangements in 1999, from 1 to 4 to 1 to 8, sometimes to 1 to 10. And so these tax measures, as we are already starting to see at auctions around the country, have now opened up the market again to give first home buyers that edge, to give first home buyers the opportunity to actually buy that home and not compete against an investor who is using taxpayer funds in their pockets to help boost their bid at an auction. But the other side of the equation, that 1 to 4 equation, is wages. And we have seen recently because of the federal government's continuing to support pay rises through the commission, we've seen just recently a 4.75% increase in wages, which means that the minimum wage has basically increased by more than $12,000 a year, which is not only handy in a cost of living crisis, but it is also handy when it comes to buying a home. And so it is, I think, the philosophy of this government that it is about changing things for the better and not resting on your laurels, continuing to change in healthcare, where we have seen what was a complete and utter deterioration of Medicare and bulk billing over the decade of the previous government because they froze the rebate. That a slow and a methodical approach to raising the rebate for pensioners and for children worked to the point where the government was able to then scale that up by providing that tripling of that rebate to everybody, everybody who bulk bills. And now we have seen overnight, in again one electorate, just one electorate, we've seen the number of bulk billing clinics more than double over that one night in November when that rebate was tripled. We have seen, I think, a concerted attempt to change Australia, to fix the problems that we were left with, and today is a special day, and I mark that accordingly.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to a member for Indi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mr Speaker, I seek leave of the House to table a petition.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Leave is not granted. The member may proceed with her adjournment speech.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm disappointed that leave is not granted, but I rise today to present a petition, which I'm not able to table, from Allied Health Professions Australia, with more than 43,000 people calling on this government to expand Commonwealth Pact payments to all allied health and medical students. Every Australian relies on doctors, pharmacists, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, psychologists and numerous other health professionals. But not everybody knows that these people had to do hundreds and, in some cases, thousands of hours of unpaid placement to get their degrees. Placement is like an apprenticeship. They're where the students learn the practical skills they use for the rest of their careers. It's an essential part of their training, no two ways about it. But the way we expect many students to complete these placements is neither fair nor sustainable. Now, we've heard stories of students skipping meals, sleeping in swags or cars, and wondering whether they can afford to finish their degrees. This is known as placement poverty. And it's happening during a cost of living crisis when rising costs of groceries, utilities and petrol are making it even harder for students to get by. In regional and rural areas where placements can be far from home, these costs are even greater. New data shows how serious this is. A Charles Sturt University survey found almost half of all undergraduate students said financial pressures could force them to withdraw before completing their degree. A similar survey from La Trobe University found that 65% of students reported cost of living pressures were impacting their studies. Transport and fuel costs were the most commonly identified pressure point, and I hear that concern time and time again. Chloe, a fourth-year occupational therapy student, told me that she travelled just short of 3,500 kilometres in her own car for placement-related activities over 9 weeks, costing more than $500 in petrol just to complete her compulsory prac. For many students, $500 is a heck of a lot of money to fork out on top of their daily living expenses when they're on placement and unable to earn. And these financial impacts are also felt by families. I recently heard from Lou, a farmer in Codgewar in my electorate, and her daughters, Grace and Genevieve, are studying medicine and radiography. Exactly what we want from rural students, because we know that when rural students study the health sciences, they come and work in regional Australia as health professionals. And both these young women work to make ends meet. Next year, Genevieve will undertake 8 months of unpaid placement in Melbourne to complete her degree. 8 months. Lou wants to support her daughters and is doing all she can to help them through uni. But Lou's farm was burnt in the Victorian bushfires earlier this year, the second time after being burnt out in the 2019 Black Summer bushfires. And while recovering from this disaster, there is only so much financial help she can give. All parents want to help their kids succeed. Of course they do. But completing a medical or allied health degree should not depend on your family's money. Speaker, the solution is clear. Expand the Commonwealth PRAC payments to include medical and allied health students. This proposal has been costed by the Parliamentary Budget Office and is backed by the more than 43,000 people who've signed this petition. It is targeted, it's non-inflationary cost of living relief for students who need it most. And most of all, it's an investment in the students who will become the health professionals our communities desperately need, especially in regional and rural Australia. With rising costs of living, high fuel prices and growing demand for allied health professionals to deliver thriving kids, we can't afford to wait. We must do this now. I call on this House to join me and to join along with Senator David Pocock, who's also tabling this petition in the other place. I elevate the strong voices of the 43,000 plus people. Together, we call on the government to expand Commonwealth PRAC placement payments to include all allied health and medical students, because no student should be forced to drop out simply because they can't afford mandatory unpaid placement. No community should miss out on care because future health workers were priced out of their training. It's time to get this done.
The question is the House to endow adjournment. Give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today somewhat aghast at the debate I've seen around the small business tax incentives. We've seen catastrophisation, alliteration in amounts that I'm yet to, well, I haven't heard since I was reading children's books to kids, and a level of debate that seems more focused on theatrics than facts. The truth is that tax debates are complicated. They impact the businesses that we are proud to represent in our electorates and the people that rely on them as well. So I think the Australian people deserve a debate based on facts. Now, I'm not going to get up and present myself as some kind of fact checker. Obviously, I'm an advocate for the government's policies. But I think it's important that we avoid misinformation and have a calm, rational debate about these reforms. And what the sad reality of this House has been is, instead of engaging in that complexity, instead of giving genuine feedback and having discussions about details of policy, we've had, it's all bad, I can't deal with it anymore, it's too hard. Basically, a campaign that could be summarised as wah. And then we have a government that is pursuing legitimate taxation changes that are focused on ensuring that there is equitable treatment between income earned from capital and from labour, believing that both risk but also hard work ought to be rewarded. And then an understanding of the CGT system, bearing in mind that it sits in a system which has discounts and embedded into it already through Division 152 of the Income Tax Assessment Act, the small business exemptions, and we have, through this tax package, an important development, expanding those discounts from around 91% of active businesses to about 98% of active businesses. All small businesses continue to receive considerable CGT discounts within the package put through the budget. An important note, deliberately omitted by those opposite, preferring to go through the theatrics of a scare campaign. Because really the tactic is simple. They want to make it look like something that is adverse to a small number of people is an absolute disaster for everyone. Because if they were actually making an argument that was proportionate to the issues they were raising, it would be even more boring than usual. So what do we see? Cheap theatrics. We see yelling, we see screaming, we see insults, worthy of a playground. We are talking about the future of our economy. We're talking about important incentives for small business, and so much is good for business in this budget. Investments of billions. We've got embedded and permanent, the $20,000 instant asset write-off. Not a comparison to be had with the pixie dust policy or some hypothetical from the political equivalent of Blockbuster Video, but real, tangible reform in legislation, there for the future, for the benefit of small business everywhere. We've got the tax loss carryback for businesses up to $1 billion. That is a huge reform. It essentially means, rather than waiting and capital losses and having a whole complex regime, if you have a good year and you pay tax and you have bad years and you lose a lot of money, you can reclaim some of that tax back in future years. Really assisting with the cash flow of businesses. But also it's supporting those innovators taking a risk and introducing, by introducing a new incentive as well that we are still in genuine consultation of. Now, there's been a lot of attacks today about the details of the reform, about innovative businesses and things like that, but the thing about consultation is it's not something you do after you've made a final decision. Consultation is there to inform the process. So it is with a genuine ear that we consult with the business community to get their insights to ensure that we get this right for the businesses that will benefit from it, because we want to create an ecosystem where innovation is encouraged, where new starts are given the chance, because we know that so much of the innovation in this country and so many new jobs come from those new start businesses. And so those that risk putting the capital in from day dot, those upstarts that get in and try something new deserve the support of the tax system. So this calibration of the tax incentives embedded into our system should focus on those things which improve our productivity, which encourage the things that will take our economy forward, rather than a subsidy for inflating the price of existing housing. The reality is that the housing system has not served its key purpose, providing shelter and homes for people. It is important to ensure that the distortions that existed in our tax system are ended once and for all, but it's done in a way that's considerate of all those who legitimately did the right thing. That is why grandfathering is an important part of this bill. It is essential to ensure fairness at the same time as not getting in the way of important reforms to the system. And I only wish we had an opposition that could engage with the detail, that could talk about reform in a real, serious, adult and professional way, so we could actually enhance the policy rather than just have this series of white noise, repetitious alliteration, which frankly is unworthy of the parliament.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to member for Forrest.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As World Cup fever grips our nation and indeed the globe, I'm reminded of sport's rare power to transcend borders, ideology and the differences in our community. It unites us in moments of joy and despair, and believe me, as a Dockers man, I've known my fair share of the latter. And while we rally behind the Socceroos, there remains one question that divides households, friendships and workplaces alike: Messi or Ronaldo? A question of immense magnitude, a question argued in schoolyards, pubs and dining rooms across Australia right now and in every corner of the world. A question that, at least initially, might seem trivial, but perhaps implies something deeper. Because new research out of Singapore suggests exactly that this debate is not merely about football, but is about the essence of our character. Across 26 countries, researchers found a clear pattern, that those of a more conservative persuasion tend to favour Ronaldo, while those of the left-wing inclination lean toward Messi. And I'm here with the Assistant Minister for Defence, who confirms that is the case tonight. What is more, the Australian public shows a propensity for Ronaldo. Now, Mr Speaker, I think that tells us something, that because Ronaldo represents something unmistakable. He presents discipline, drive, the relentless pursuit of results, the belief that hard work, ambition and self-confidence are the path to success. And that resonates with Australians. It resonates with a country that believes in aspiration. It resonates with a people who understand that effort must lead to reward. It resonates with those who put their head down and have a crack. In short, it resonates with Australians. That's the Australia that I want to believe in. Now, the study went on to say that those who favour Ronaldo report higher levels of self-esteem, but most importantly, higher levels of ambition. And that, Mr Speaker, is the point, because ambition matters, aspiration matters, and the belief that your blood, sweat and tears will be rewarded matters. So when this Prime Minister pushes the false pretence of ambition, Australians see right through that, because they know what ambition truly is. They live it, they embody it, and they long for a government that will reward it. That's the Australia that I want to fight for in this place, and the Australia that we mustn't forget. Mr Speaker, that is exactly why the Coalition has unveiled its policies across the economy, because aspiration must be backed by practical policy. Take our tax-back guarantee. Right now, Australians are being pushed into higher tax brackets due to inflation, and they're simply not getting ahead. That punishes effort. That punishes ambition. The inflation is crippling that reward for effort for Australians. So our plan to index those tax thresholds ensures that Australians keep more of what they earn and is putting more money into their pocket each and every year rather than into the Treasurer's coffers. Look at housing. For too many young Australians, the dream of home ownership is drifting out of reach. So we'll align housing completions with population growth and migration. We'll invest some $5 billion into the infrastructure that's required to unlock housing lots and get new homes built in this country. We'll also cut red tape, because building homes and indeed businesses, workshops, factories and new mines should be encouraged in this country. We should be ambitious for our future. We're committed to allowing aspiration to once again flourish in this nation, and that starts with our policies. It would be wrong, Mr Speaker, to forget the real engine room of our economy. Small businesses or family businesses each day are taking risk, they're employing Australians and they're driving growth. Our permanent instant asset write-off of $50,000 gives them the confidence to invest, expand, take risks and create opportunities for other Australians. Because when you support small business, you are supporting Australian aspiration, the very thing that this country is built on. All of this is underpinned by an economic management plan to stop our spiralling national debt. Because, Mr Speaker, it's no coincidence that our nation backs Ronaldo. It backs discipline, effort, hard work and ambition. We need a government that matches that ambition, and that is what the Coalition is offering.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Peter.